Duke, for you, you'll be retrieving the cable bag and prepping it to pass to Koichi once he's out.
Thermal cover is open. Wakata now exiting the hatch. The Heka that was mentioned is the high-definition camera that's mounted on the spacesuit's helmet. Wakata out the hatch. You can see when following along throughout the spacewalk, you'll be able to notice him by the suit with the red stripes. Nicole Mann, call sign Duke. She'll be coming out afterwards. Both of them will do a tether configuration check once again. They already did one inside the hatch. They'll do it again outside. Configure their suits and make sure they have all the materials needed before they translate out.
When you're ready. Okay, stand by. I'm going to turn on the Heka. Heka is on, okay?
Copy.
And I'm local. You can okay? And you can give me the cable bag. Okay, I see that. Okay, let me grab that.
These silver reels you see floating in front of EV1, Koichi Wakata with the red stripes. Those are the tethers that I mentioned. They'll be doing a tether check once both of them are outside the hatch, and you can sort of see Duke, EV2, Nicole Mann, exiting the hatch after Wakata. They are in a night pass right now, although very soon they'll be seeing an orbital sunrise.
In the DR key to the cable bag, I'm going to release the red. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm the red. Okay, you got it.
Duke, you'll stow that ret on the airlock D-ring extender. And when you're ready, you can transfer the strut bag out to EV1.
Ret is stowed to airlock D-ring extender. Duke, I'm ready to receive it. Okay, I'm positioning the strut bag like we talked about. Okay, so I'm going to come in a little bit to pull it out. Okay, I've got it up in the corner. Okay. And I'm trying to get the bottom end towards you. All right. Let me come in a little bit to grab it. Okay. Still, can you pitch it down towards the hatch? Okay. Towards me. Yeah, you need to go a little bit on the starboard side because it's kind of hang up on the hatch. Okay, that's now clear. You can. Is a archer. Right. That's a good direction, orientation. Okay, stand by. There's a little tangle here. Okay. see a red from the cable bag? Yeah. And I'm going to show my left side, see if you can see it there. Okay, let me check. I think it got caught on my... Okay, wait, let's see, let me check that. The VFT. Got it. Okay, on your... Okay, you see the rat from the cable bag? It's from the D-ring extender up to the top of the crew lock? It is clear. Clear? Okay. But, okay, so let me kind of attach this red because it's going through your D-ring extender. Could you come down a little bit? Yep. Get closer. Yep. For you. Yep. Yep. Good direction, and then. Okay, I'm gonna move that back to the UIA because it's gonna interfere, I think, with the cable bag. So I'm gonna move it from the airlock D-ring extender. Okay. This year. You want me to release this red? Yes, please. Okay. Okay. It's going. And you can hand it to me. Okay. There you go. Got it. And then let's double check it's clear. Yeah. Now I think it's I think now it's clear. You see that? I see it's clear, but it's going. Yeah, going through the cable bag. I don't think it's going through the. Is it going through the cable bag? I cannot see that. It's not going through the cable bag. Yeah, it's going through my station tether, and it's hung up on the cable bag. I'm going to release it again. Yeah. And then I'm just going to release it and let it go back to the hook. Yeah, I think it's good. I'll drop it when we come back. Right. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay, now it's clear. All right. Okay. So then you can get the strut bag. Yep. Strut bag, sorry. Okay, I'll push it in. Right. And then. Okay. All right. I am all the way towards the hatch here. Okay. Let me go in a little bit to grab it. And I'll try to put it down at you. Going down. Okay. A little more. Come down. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong side of the strut bag. Okay. So I'm going to pull it out. So I'm making some pitch. And then... Okay, that looks like it's coming nicely. Okay, yeah, it's coming nicely. Okay, it's looking good. Okay, looking good. Okay, I continue to pull it out. Okay. Okay, it's coming out. Yeah, it's clear. It's coming out nicely.
All of this work that you're seeing right now is Wakata and Mann, or call sign Duke, working together to get this very long bag out of the crew lock. This is really, of all the tools they're going to be bringing out to the work site, this is the star of the show. That bag contains the modification kit, flattened with all of the pieces necessary for them to construct it. Right now, this is a picture from a previous strut with an open bag. You can see all of the different components. Today, we'll be working on taking this and turning it into the fully constructed modification kit on the 1A channel. This is a very important piece of equipment that's going to be making its way with the astronauts. They're going to attach it to themselves as they move out to the work site today.
On the top handrail of the crew lock. Copy that. All right, and it's clear. You can come out. Okay.
Houston's following along, and we like the plan for that ret as well. You can leave it where it is.
Okay.
Great problem solving there, guys. Looking good.
Awesome. Okay, DC is coming out. Okay, and the strut bag is to your left, and you can just come down straight down. Okay, I'm going to go station aft. Okay, copy that. I'll move the strut bag a little bit more to the port side, starboard side, port side. All right, should be clear now. Okay, I've got a local down. Okay, looks good. Okay, I'm going to get out, so I'll turn on my, okay, and then I'll get the, Roger that. Strut bag. Oh. Okay. Okay, I see it on. Okay. You got my BRT? Yep, I'm going to work on my BRT. Copy.
BRT is the body restraint tether for Duke on the suit with no stripes. She'll be attaching that strut bag to her body restraint tether. Attached to Koichi is a bag full of cables. On his way over to the 1B work site, he's going to stop along the way and temporarily stow that bag full of cables for work later on, while Mann, or Duke, has the job of taking that strut bag over to the 1A channel. What you'll hear when they talk to each other, they'll be doing buddy checks and saying how each other's spacesuit looks and reporting that to each other. They do have some procedures to make sure all of their suit components are in a good spot before they actually translate or move over.
The sun is coming up. I'm going to get my visor down. Yep, my visor's down too.
But these procedures are all about communication.
Houston copies, and once you've got your visor...
International Space Station is over the South Pacific Ocean right now. We're entering into an orbital daytime, so you're seeing the sun rise over the horizon of the Earth right now.
Quickly stand by. I got to adjust. Yeah, right. Yeah, take your time, right. Okay, so your umbilical is yeah, now it's clear. Okay, now
Oh, it's out of the pouch, though?
Yeah, now it should be clear.
Let me get it back in the pouch, though.
Okay, I'll work on it. And why don't you do the BRT of the strut bag? I will put it for you in the pouch.
And thank you, crew. We appreciate you taking care of the SCU. It does need to go back in its pouch. We appreciate it.
Okay, copy that. Then, Strut SCU is now back in the airlock.
Great work. Thanks for taking care of that.
Okay. No problem. All right, Dick. Okay, looks good.
I got it released from the airlock, and I got the other adjustable on me.
Yep.
So I'm going to put it in the jaws now.
Roger that. I can hold it here.
And it needs to say that the lines need to be towards my head.
Towards your head, yeah. Rotate towards your head. Is a good orientation?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Right.
Okay, I have the strut bag on my BRT. Jaws are closed, paddles are out.
Okay.
I'm going to tighten up my joints, and then
You do the body check after that.
Houston copies all. You guys are looking great.
okay, I'm ready for a check when you are.
Okay, so could you move up your camera a little bit up so that I can see the any workstation tab up?
Yep.
I can see that. Just a moment. Okay, I see two mini workstation tabs are up. BRT tab is up. And I see HECA green LED on, WBS green and LED on. And I see both safer handles. Let me check that the left side is down. Yeah, both safer handles are down. And I don't, tools are good, and tether is good. Okay. You check.
Okay, I see your green HECA, your green WBS, your lights are on, that looks good. I've got 1, 2, 3 tabs up on your mini workstation. Look at your handles.
Okay.
Okay, you've got 1 and 2 safer handles are down.
Okay.
I see your safety tether. Looks like it's a good conserve in your BRT.
Okay. Copy that. See, now with that, we're complete with the body check.
Okay, crew. We'll take a baseline HAP from both of you.
Baby on the happy dry.
And HAP is a baseline for EV. Just
Okay, copy. Good baseline HAP for both of you. You can take a couple minutes here to do some translation adaptation. So play around with your body, rotation, pitch, yaw, roll, various hand grips, translation without rotation, and try attaching a local tether and releasing both hands. Just a reminder, this first hour will set your MEDOX for the rest of the EVA, so just take it nice and deliberate. Take it easy.
You want copies?
you can copy.
Getting some wonderful views from the outside of the International Space Station right now. The duo are just at the beginning of their planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. They're getting a sunrise over the South Pacific Ocean, and we're getting great high-definition views from their helmet cameras right now. They just finished performing buddy checks, and you heard the ground IV Zena Cartman telling them to take their time. Of course, they have done plenty of spacewalk training, including here on the ground at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston is a laboratory called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, where they practice these things underwater. It is a very good analog for understanding what it's like in the microgravity environment, but the two of them now are first-time spacewalkers, so they're going to take some time on the outside of the hatch to just get used to understanding the differences between performing the spacewalk in a pool with the resistance of water and having no resistance in the vacuum of space. Their translation path or their movement out to the work site is all the way out on the wings of the International Space Station on the solar arrays. So they do have quite a bit of translation to go to, so they're just sort of getting their bearings, making sure they understand their movements before they make that journey. And once again, we have another intermittent gap in communication from the International Space Station. We mentioned being over the South Pacific Ocean at this time. Throughout today's spacewalk, we'll see gaps like these. The space station communicates by way of geosynchronous satellites called the TDRS network, tracking and data relay satellites. We'll get intermittent gaps of audio and video. Sometimes we regain the audio a little bit earlier.
Go to Strut translation.
Just as now you're hearing the audio come from the International Space Station, so we'll be regaining that shortly. Teams here in Mission Control Houston are monitoring today's spacewalk as well as the International Space Station and the crew inside. It'll be the teams here that are walking our astronauts through today's procedures. Zena Cartman, you see in the middle there with the black blazer and the white shirt, that is NASA astronaut Zena Cartman, ground IV. It's her voice that's being communicated from all the work that the teams are doing here in Mission Control Houston. She's translating that up to the crew.
An awesome view here.
And standby one, Koichi, we're actually checking on the SEUs in the airlock.
Okay.
We're having the IV crew check on that through the hatch window.
Okay.
Koichi, just for your awareness, on your left side, your tethers are over the top of the BRT. It's going to be a problem just when you, after you get that bag off. It's going to...
Yes, I understand that. Yeah, okay. I see that. Thanks. That's a good check.
Keep tethers in the way.
Good.
Okay, crew, we're back with you. We did see one of the SUs came out of its pouch, but we are actually good with that as long as the thermal cover is tended closed. And so with that, you can go ahead and start translating. EV1, you'll be translating out to the anchor hooks that are nadir of the starboard seating arch. Duke, if you can tend the hatch thermal cover closed, that's very helpful. Continue your translation adaptation.
Okay, thermal covers tended closed.
V1 copy. Start translating.
And the journey begins now that they've done all that they can on the outside of the airlock's hatch, getting all of their tools, attaching it to their body restraint tether, making sure their tethers are in a good configuration, sort of doing an adaptation. Now we're following Koichi Wakata with the high-definition camera, and he's translating or moving out to the work site, so he's going to begin his journey out.
You guys are looking great, and just a reminder as you translate to also keep your cable bags and strut bags in your scan so that they don't hit anything either.
Give you copies. Each copies.
For those just tuning in, we're following along by way of the helmet camera of Koichi Wakata. They've exited the hatch and started their spacewalk officially at 7:14 a.m. Central Time. Did some buddy checks and made sure they had all their tools attached to them. You can see there, attached to his body restraint tether, Koichi Wakata has a cable bag in tow. Right now he's heading over to the S4 truss section of the truss. He's going to leave that cable bag there and then go to the 1B work site. They're splitting up to begin with. Koichi Wakata is going to drop off that bag and then finish up tightening some bolts on the fully constructed mounting platform that's on the 1B truss. He's just got to use that pistol grip tool or basically a cordless drill to tighten some bolts. Not much work there. It's really just going to take the first hour of his task, while Nicole Mann, by call sign Duke, we'll be hearing that over Space to Ground today. She's going to go over to directly to the 1A worksite with the strut bag in tow. That strut bag has the mounting platform itself in it, so she'll begin the construction there while Koichi Wakata finishes up the construction on the 1B site. And then for the remainder of today's spacewalk, the two will focus on working together to construct that mounting platform on the 1A channel.
Looking good, Koichi. You'll be Keeping eyes out for S3 handrail 3011 for your antenna.
Copy that. I see that here.
In the middle of the frame there, you can see a digital camera. The lens is the thing that makes it the most apparent, but it's covered with insulation to protect it from the thermal environment outside the International Space Station. So Koichi Wakata will be able to take some photos both for the International Space Station. So Koichi Wakata will be able to take some photos both for engineering purposes to show the work that they're doing, as well as take some beautiful photos of Earth and of the work outside.
Copy, Koichi. And that's S1 handrail 3217.
And I'm touching the left to Duke's center hook. Okay, Duke's anchor hook is attached to S1 3217, gate closed, hook locked, and Duke, we have a go to release your waste cutter from the airlock unit center.
Copy. In work.
Houston, copy is looking good.
Duke's waste cutter is released from the airlock D-ring extender. Thermal cover is closed.
We copy. Released from the airlock D-ring extender and thermal cover closed. With that, you can start translating Duke out to the 1 Alpha work site. You just take it slow and easy, and before you cross the Sarge, check that your gauntlets are in place. And same for you, Koichi, as you head out to S4. Make sure that your gauntlets are in place before you cross the Sarge.
Copy that. Gauntlets are in place. I'm going to go to the S4 work site.
Perfect. From Phase 1, you'll be trending zenith to the non-radiator edge, looking for S4 handrail 2219 when you get out there.
Copy that, 2219. Okay, safety tethers in good config.
You guys are looking good. Koichi, we'll have you just continue to take it nice and slow and easy. Make sure we keep your MEDOX trending average for the rest of the EVA.
Copy that.
Okay, EVA is coming up the toolboxes.
Copy, Duke.
For those following along, you're seeing a split screen here from the high-definition helmet cameras on both of our spacewalkers today. Koichi Wakata making his way out to the 1B channel. He's going to stop along the way, and he's got a cable bag in tow on his body restraint tether. And has some of the cables for some of the secondary work as well as GoPros, some of the other tools and materials that they need for the non-primary work that they're doing, while Nicole Mann, or callsign Duke, has the strut bag. That's the primary thing that they're doing. Nicole Mann just finished up her work. She had to make sure the thermal cover on the EVA hatch was closed and make sure there's no thermal fluctuation inside of the crew lock where they just exited to begin today's spacewalk. Both of them now translating or moving out to their respective work sites. Now we're getting high-definition views. This is Nicole Mann, callsign Duke. She's wearing the suit with no stripes, and she's got that giant bag with her. That's the strut bag that has the mounting platform that they're going to be installing today. Both of them will be working on the 1A channel. Koichi Wakata's got to make a stop first to work on the 1B, but Nicole Mann's going to get started right away, so she's got that bag in tow. She'll be able to unbuckle some of the straps that are holding those components in place, retrieve some of the materials, and they'll be installing it one at a time. The ground teams have plenty of experience with this type of work. This will be the 6th modification kit, the 6th time that we've used these struts to attach to a mast canister. So they're prepared for any of issues or troubleshooting they need to do along the way. And that work will be being done soon. Right now we're just watching the translation or the movement.
Stand by, Koichi. You'll need to actually backtrack just a little bit. Let me give you a good handrail pass.
Okay. Okay, so I come down a little bit and then
Koichi, you're doing a good thing. You can head outboard from there. That was a good move going towards your feet.
Okay, 2219 is what I have. Do I keep going?
That's perfect. You'll be pausing here to stow the cable bag. So this is the inboard non-radiator corner. So that will be on handrail 2219 and 2215 using integral tethers with the handrail toward the radiator.
Okay. Okay, copy that. I see them. Actually, that was really close.
I'm coming underneath the MT.
Okay, copy that. I'm at the 10th store location of the cable bag. the pedestal orientation is the handrail away from the towards the radiator side. Is that right?
That's correct. The handrail towards the radiator. And Koichi, we'll actually have you hang out there for just a second. As we know, every Medox canister is a different character. Yours is trending a little bit high right now. So we'll just pause and make sure that we can maintain that good Medox canister for the rest of the EVA.
Okay, copy that.
Koichi, I'm passing our anchor hooks. They look good.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Koichi, thanks for hanging for a sec. We'll have you stow that cable bag, again with the handrail toward the radiator using 2219 and 2215.
Copy that.
Koichi, I'm just off of your right side.
Okay, copy.
We see you both. Looks like you've got good eyes on for deconfliction.
As you know, my gauntlets are down.
Copy, gauntlets down, Duke.
And I'm just going to pause right here until Koichi's done.
We copy. I like that plan, Duke.
Okay, cable bag is attached to handrail 2219 and 2215 with the handrail towards the radiator.
That's perfect. Good config. With that, you can fair lead on S4 handrail 2219, and we'll have you translate out to your green hook location. This will be outboard toward the S5, S6 interface, and then over the A-frame to the Zenith non-radiator side. And just a reminder to take it really nice and slow and easy. We've got that trending high Medox canister, so just take your time.
Copy that. Okay, Duke, then I'm going to start translating.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, safety feathers in good config.
Okay, Zena, I'm going to continue upwards.
Copy, Duke. You'll be following the keel side non-radiator edge, following handrail 2219, and continuing outboard to 2231.
For those following along, we're getting high-definition views from the outside of the International Space Station. The two spacewalkers are going to be splitting up for the first of their tasks. Koichi Wakata translating over to the 1B work site. He had a cable bag in tow along the way and stored it in a location so they can easily access it later. There's some materials in there they need for some future work that's later in the timeline. For now, though, Koichi Wakata really only needs his pistol grip tool. The mounting platform on the 1B channel was constructed on a previous EVA and really just needs a little bit of tightening and some last-minute work to finish it up. So he can do that by himself. He's just going to do that for about the first hour of the spacewalk. Once he gets there, that'll really start the clock for him to perform some of that work. In the meantime, you're watching EV2 Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, translating or moving out to the 1A channel. In tow, she's got a strut bag. That's the struts that they're going to actually be building together. Wakata will join Mann later in today's spacewalk. She'll just get a head start and start some of that work here soon.
Okay, copy that.
Zena, I've got a local down. I'm dropping the bag.
Okay, copy that, Duke. And a reminder for Koichi, just a quick caution to minimize loads into the wire ties that are on that MLI there. Should be right nearby handrail 2008.
Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Duke, for you, you're stowing that strut bag, as you know, I'm sure, on the outboard non-radiator corner of the IEA. Looking for handrails 2222, 2236, and 2251, but that's also up to your prerogative a little bit. You want the tape towards the mass canister and handrail toward the radiator.
Copy.
Okay, Green Hook is attached to handrail 2007.
Okay, copy. Green Hook is down. With that, you can translate out toward the 1 Bravo mass canister. And reminder that at the 1 Bravo IEA, you'll be crossing to the radiator side. So follow S6 handrail 2032.
Copy 2032.
Okay, I got one tether down to the bag. I'm releasing my BRT and BRT red.
Copy that, Duke.
Okay, Tina, I'm at 2060 at the 6. And I translate to the outboard to go to the left side of the correct?
Yeah, you'll be crossing to the radiator side, and on the radiator side, heading outboard to the mass canister. Oh, and yes, you will be going to the left side of the mod kit. With that, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay. After I get there, or do I want me to do it now? Gloves are good. Hap is dry.
Copy. Good gloves and hap. And we also see that your gauntlets are down.
Can I keep translating?
Yes, you can.
Okay, copy that.
I got 2236 and 2251 for the bag, and I'm going to get one more.
Copy, Duke. And a big picture update for both of you. You're pretty much right on the timeline. And our limiting consumable right now is Medox with a 630 PET.
Copy.
So that's a good report from the ground IV, Xena Cardman. Along the way, the teams continue to monitor the progress through the procedures, as well as something called limiting consumables. The spacesuits that they're wearing has everything they need in terms of life support. It provides the pressure, the air, it provides water, it also provides battery power. Everything is portable as they do this work outside of the International Space Station. Now, an hour into today's spacewalk, we planned for 6.5 hours. Everything seems to be on track in terms of the timeline and the limiting consumables. They'll continue to monitor this throughout, as it could fluctuate, but right now we're looking good.
Until it's fully installed.
See that I translated up on the 2097 handrail on the canister, and I'm at the left side.
That's perfect.
Okay, Tina, I got the back down also on 2227. I'm going to head in to get the ACFR.
All right, copy, Duke. With that, you can translate inboard to the starboard CETA with 1 and grab that APFR. Koichi, for you, once you're at the left collar bolts, you'll be going outboard under the VGA platform on the broom. Okay, you're there. You'll be opening the MLI around the mid-strut collar to access the collar bolts.
Okay. Okay, I see that. I open the MLI. I can access to both collar bolts.
That's perfect. I've got a great view in your HECA now. Okay, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. I VRT'd to the handrail on the mid-strut. And I'm ready for PGT setting.
Okay, great. And just a quick reminder here, while you're BRT'd to that mid-strut handrail, minimize normal and torsional loads into the mid-strut. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
So right now, Koichi Wakata is at the work site of the 1B channel. You can sort of see these struts on the right side of the mast canister. That's taking up most of the center of the frame there. The mounting platform on the 1B channel is constructed. He's got the pistol grip tool, basically a cordless power drill. They have cordless. They have the torque settings programmed into the tool, so they know exactly how much torque to work onto the various parts of the struts. So he's on the left side right now. He opened the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric, to access the bolt on the left side. So he'll be the first part of his task is to work on some of the bolts there.
And Zena, what's the approximate turn on the
Okay, Koichi, you'll be
those 2 bolts?
driving M29 and M30 to torque. We're expecting about 4 to 6 turns, looking for turn count, torque, and green light.
Copy that. 4 to 6 turns expected.
Hey, Zena, I've arrived at the whiff. I'm going to pitch to golf on the whiff X.
Copy that, Duke.
Okay, Zena, I got a green light and torqued out. And I see torque is 25.5. 25.8, and the revolution is, I counted 3.5 visually, but it says revolution is 029 on the BGT.
Okay, copy 25.8 on the torque and 3.5 turns counted visually. Looking for a green light as well, and to confirm that was M29?
That was the lower side, and you don't see a label here.
All right, Koichi, we're going to talk about the turn count on that one, but while we're doing that, you can go to the other bolts, and same number of turns expected, about 4 to 6, looking for torque and green light as well.
Okay, copy.
So again, the pistol grip tool, that cordless power drill that Koichi Wakata is holding now, has the turn count and the torque settings. He's tightening with a clockwise rotation the different collar bolts on the left part of the mounting platform's strut. He tightened one, and as the ground teams assess that collar bolt settings, he'll be working on the next.
Copy, golf and knob popped out. You can retrieve the WIFX and APFR and stow it on your BRT when you're ready, and translate out to S4.
In work. In work.
Okay, Zena, I tried on the upper side. I visually confirmed the 2 turns, and then it just came up, and I see 2 lights. And I don't see.
Koichi, you're coming in a little broken there. Could you repeat your last? I heard 2 turns and did not copy the rest.
Okay, Zena, I visually confirmed the 2 turns on the upper bolt, and I got the 2 lights, low torque, and torque value shows 20.2, and I don't see any turn counts on the PGT.
Copy that, Koichi. We'll have you try that bolt again. Just make sure you're in a good body position for leverage on that PGT, and we'll have you hit the upper bolt one more time.
Okay, copy that.
have my rat on the APFR WIFX. I'm releasing the WIFX.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, visually another a little over one turn. I got a green light and torqued out in torque value 25.5. And the torque out is 1.42.
Okay. Copy, one additional turn, green light, and 25.5 on the torque. We'll talk about those numbers for just a moment here.
Okay.
Okay, Koichi, we'll have you move on here. We're going to set the PGT to manual ratchet clockwise, and then you'll be driving M29 and 30 until you get 2 MTL pops. So we'll expect several extra turns here. Just keep an eye out and give us a turn count visually.
Copy that. Manual ratchet, and I'm gonna do the manual on the lower side bolt.
Copy, starting with the lower bolt.
Okay, APFR is on my DRT paddle there.
What's one pop?
Copy, Duke. Good news. You can translate out to S4 with 25.
Okay, on the lower bolt, 2 pops, and the bolt turn is approximately 90 degrees. A quarter of a turn.
Okay, copy, 1/4 additional turn and 2 pops on the MTL.
That's a good beat.
Okay, Koichi, we're going to talk about that bolt, but meanwhile you can go to the upper bolt and do the same thing in manual ratchet.
Copy that.
So a quick recap, there are 2 bolts on this left strut that Koichi Wakata is working at. We're looking at his helmet camera view. He's using the pistol grip tool to hand tighten each of the bolts. Now that he's done a rotation, just hand tightening them to torque. In the meantime, Nicole Mann is on the other work site. She's preparing and grabbing the materials she needs, including a work restraint, to start constructing the mounting platform. From Koichi Wakata's view, you can see sort of the final product of that mounting platform on the 1B channel. That's what they'll be building on 1A.
I'm using the manual ratchet. It's rotated about half a turn, and still it does not pop.
Okay, copy, half a turn. You can keep going if you're able. We want to get 2 MTL pops.
Can I continue the 2 MTL pop?
Affirm. Go to continue. We'll look for 2 MTL pops on the upper one.
Okay, that was 1 pop. Okay, 2 pops complete on the upper bolt.
Okay, copy, 2 pops complete on the upper bolt. Were there any additional turns after that half turn?
Another quarter turn.
Another quarter turn and 2 pops on the upper bolt. Okay, give us just a second to talk about that bolt.
Okay.
And while we give the MER and EVA a moment to talk about that, you can just hang out, take some photos for your awareness. Your net rate is looking really good right now, looking a lot better.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, definitely trending better from before. Duke, as a reminder for you, before you cross the Sarge, check that your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. Thank you.
Another intermittent gap in communications from the International Space Station. The teams here in Houston's Mission Control are overseeing the spacewalk for today. Two spacewalking astronauts, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann, working on upgrades to the power channel and some of the prep work needed for the arrival of IROSAs, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, later this summer. They'll be working on two mounting platforms, one on the 1B channel and another on the 1A. Koichi Wakata is already at the 1B channel, tightening some bolts as part of the final steps to make sure that mounting platform is secure. It's expected that that's going to take just the first hour or so of the spacewalk, and he's already getting on a great timeline for getting that work done.
Which is great news. So if you haven't already, you can set your PGT back to motor and stow it. Then close the MLI to cover the power bolts.
Okay, copy that work.
And that note from Zena Cardman here in Mission Control saying that the two bolts on the left collar are complete, so he's going to close up the multi-layer insulation, sort of the white fabric that protects it thermally from the vacuum of space and the harshness of the sun, and he'll work on some of the next struts. The next one should be the mid-strut that he'll be working on. In the meantime, Nicole Mann is prepping her work site, which is the 1A channel. She's getting some materials she needs. She already stowed the bag that has the struts inside, and those struts will be what will be used to actually construct the mounting platform on the mast canister of the 1A channel. She got the foot restraint, retrieved it from one of the work sites, and you can sort of see it attached to her right now from this view on the outside of the space station. That foot restraint is going to help to access some of the areas that are needed for actually constructing that mounting platform. She'll be able to ingress or enter that foot restraint and give her the leverage that she needs to actually drive some of the bolts and actually construct the mounting platform. So she's got that in tow, and she's going to be going over to the 1A work site very soon to get it ready while Koichi Wakata continues to finish up the work on the 1B side.
The area I cover is pretty bad with the Dow Jones back on the cover bolts.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. We don't have your HECA right now, but we do have your WVS. And so with that, you can translate to the right side collar bolts.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, Zena, I'm going to put this in risk 25 with a clocking of 6.
Good work, Duke. Clocking of 6. I'm tracking golf is already set. and let me know when you're ready for the extension.
Copy.
And of course, we'll be looking for black on black with a good pull test as well.
Right now you're looking at the helmet camera of Duke, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. She's at the 1A work site right now, and you see her installing the articulating portable foot restraint. This foot restraint has the ability to have some settings to angle the foot restraint so that it can reach predetermined marks that are needed for the upcoming work to actually install some of the struts. So she's installing that right now. She's going to check the settings on the articulating portable foot restraint, make sure it's really at the right angle so that she can access some of the first bolts and areas that she needs to access for some of the upcoming work.
And a heads up, you guys will be flying over Japan in a couple minutes. Wave hello for us.
Awesome. Thank you.
You know, I got a clocking of 6 with a good pull test.
Okay, copy. Good pull twist test and a clocking of 6. We'll also take a black on black check for that in color.
Yes, black on black.
Okay, copy. And the extension there will be 5 for the WIFX.
Copy. You got one side down, Koichi, you already headed over the other side?
Yeah, I'm on the right side. I'm just adjusting the TCD now.
Nicely done.
Yeah, how's it going with you?
Good, I got the WIFX in. I'm going to adjust the EPFR, then get started on the triangle.
Great.
The two first-time spacewalkers sharing their progress for today.
On the right side, I'm opening the NRI.
Okay, copy. And before you do that, we'll actually take a HECA cycle from both of you. Just one button push on your HECA. And correction, just Koichi.
Copy.
Okay. Okay, HECA should be on now. Do you see that?
We copy that, Koichi. It'll probably take us about a minute before we see any change here. But for now, we hear that you are in place. You can open the MLI around the mid-strut collar to access those bolts, M25 and M26.
Okay.
And I'll have PGT settings when you're ready.
Okay, copy that. Okay, is that right?
Again, I started working on the pitch here. I've got the knob is unlocked, and I'm looking for Tango Tango. But it is pretty stiff, as Josh mentioned.
Copy. That is
Okay,
the
I'm
correct
ready.
setting.
PGT setting.
And copy that it's stiff. Koichi, for you, PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, Zena, you're cut off. It's the Bravo 7, clockwise 2, is that correct?
Affirm, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Zena, can you see in my HECA?
We do see your HECA.
Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. Got the black line pointed towards unlock. It's in Papa Papa.
Now we have both helmet camera views from Koichi Wakata and Nicole
With
Mann.
the hand on the whip extender, and then we are pushing up on it. I don't know if you have any ideas. While you think about that, I'll move on to the whip extender.
Copy, Duke. That sounds like a good plan.
Okay, Zena,
And that extension
the lower
5.
vault, Zena, I got a lower vault, green light on TGT 25.4, it counts 4.14 turns. Correction, 4.79 turns.
Okay, Koichi, copy green light, 25.4 on the torque, and 4 turns visually.
That's correct, and then the PGT shows 4.79 turns.
Copy, Koichi. You can go to M26 now. This is the other bolt. Same deal. We're expecting about 4 to 6 turns.
Copy that. Copy work.
Okay, please, Zena, as we talked about, I'm going to move on to the triangle until Koichi gets here so we can work together on that pitch.
Okay, copy that, Duke. So if you want to, one other thing you can try is using the boot plate for some extra leverage. But again, we'll take your expertise here, and
Okay.
happy to wait until Koichi gets there. You can also do the rest of the APFR settings if you'd like.
So a quick recap of where we are. We're seeing both the helmet cameras of Koichi Wakata and Duke. On the left, Koichi Wakata working on the mid-strut. There's various components of the mounting platform. He's asking for the settings that are needed on his cordless power drill to drive some of the bolts. On the right side, Duke is preparing the work site for installing a mounting platform on the 1A channel, and she's working on the portable foot restraint. You can see sort of the area where her feet will soon go later in the timeline, making sure that that's in a good configuration. So they're both at 2 different work sites right now.
Visually, it's more than 4.
Okay, copy. That's perfect. About 5 turns. With that, you can set your PGT to manual ratchet clockwise, and you'll be torquing both of those bolts. Looking for any additional turns, report those to us, and 2 MTL pops on each.
See that?
We've got a
So
quick handover coming
I'm
here.
making progress here with the ingress aid and the boot plate.
Copy, Duke. Great work.
So same as he did with the left strut. On the mid strut, Koichi Wakata is first using the pistol grip tool to drive with the tool itself, followed by some manual ratcheting to finalize the torque on each of the bolts. So right now he's working on that mid strut. And then once again, we're in a handover period, so we're going to temporarily lose some of the video and audio from the space station. Regaining audio first, it seems like we're getting some sounds from the space station.
Back with you guys after a quick handover. Koichi, we were tracking you were in manual ratchet, but have not heard the report yet. And Duke, we're tracking you're working on the APF.
Okay, okay, so Zena, on the lower side bolt, I got a 2 pops on the manual ratchet, another quarter turn.
Copy, 2 pops, additional quarter turn on the lower bolt.
And the upper bolt is the same, 2 pops I got and additional quarter turn.
Okay, copy, 2 pops and an additional quarter turn. That's a good bolt on both of those. So with that, you can set your PGT back to motor and stow it. You can also now translate on the 1 Bravo mod kit.
Copy. And I can translate to 1 Alpha model kit, right?
Yeah, after this you'll be closing the MLI on the collar bolts, and yes, you can translate on the 1 Bravo mod kit.
Oh, okay, I understand. Copy that.
Duke, if you feel like that APFR is behaving, you can feel free to continue work on it, but we can also have you pause and head to the upper triangle and wait for Koichi to get over there.
Okay, so I've got it in Tango Tango. I'm just trying to get that knob locked. It's about halfway there.
Tough times.
So as we regain video back from the International Space Station.
Is back on. Do you have the heck of you?
Affirm, we've got a heck of you, and copy the MLI.
Okay. The next is the heck of scan from the mounting bracket.
Copy. The MLI over the collar bolts is just out of our view in your HECA right now. So if you can reposition just a smidge, we'll take a look, but we'll also just trust your eyes on whether that's covering the collar bolts.
Do you see the view? Let me know which direction I need to move.
Yeah, you look great there, Koichi. We can have you head to the mounting bracket, check that it's clear of MLI, and you'll probably have an even better view from over there.
Copy that.
You know, I've got a yaw of 12 full of Foxtrot. That pitch knob is about halfway there, and it's stuck. So when I get to tool, I'll use the tool. But I'm going to start working on the triangle right now.
Copy that plan, Duke. We like it. So we've got Tango Tango Fox 12. Those are good settings, but the pitch knob is still not back out. And I like the plan to start working on the triangle. We'll come back with the tool. Duke, when you have a moment, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check as well. Copy, Koichi.
Okay, so I'm on the mountain bracket. You have a good view?
Checking, Koichi. Koichi, we're taking a look there. It's a little bit dark in your camera view. We'll trust your visual report as well.
Okay, so as far as the MRI, the left side is covered up pretty well, and the right side, I can still a little bit. It's covering the collarbones area, and there's still some gap, and I can cinch it down a little firmly down.
Okay, Koichi, we copy all. You're ahead of the timeline right now, so we'll use this time to have you go over and adjust that MLI, just take care of whatever gap you see.
Okay, copy that.
And
Koichi Wakata is still working on the 1B site. He's going to take some time. That white fabric that's on the outside of these struts, just make sure that's nice and tight.
My gloves, good.
Duke, Nicole, Mann on the 1A site, working on the portable foot restraint. She's also going to start building the different components of the mounting platform, starting with the upper triangle, the topmost part of the mounting bracket.
Do you want me to do another HECA scan?
Copy, Koichi, checking.
Okay, I'm already there, and mounting bracket, and I don't know if you can see the HECA view, but now the MLI is covering.
Copy, Koichi. That's a good view. We're taking a look. Okay, Koichi, we're taking a look, and we see a flap of MLI open on the telescoping end of the strut. If you see that as well, we'll have you go over and see if you can get that to close with the Velcro.
Is that on the right side?
Affirm, Koichi.
Copy that. In work.
Engineers on the ground assessing the configuration of the mounting platform where Koichi Wakata is currently working. We're getting a view from his helmet camera. They're looking at the multi-layer insulation, that white fabric. They just really want to make sure it's covered very nicely, and once it's in a good configuration, we'll get confirmation from the ground teams that they're happy with it, and Koichi Wakata will be able to move on to the next task.
Okay, Zena, I don't know if you can see my HECA view, but I used this integrated wire tie to secure this little bit open MLI. Does it look good to you?
That looks beautiful, Koichi. We really like that. With that, we can have you depart this work site, and you'll be translating over to 1 Alpha.
Copy that. Translating to 1 Alpha.
That's perfect. You'll head to the IEA via that right lower strut. Minimize translation on the mid strut if you can, and then you'll be going inboard on the S6 IEA. At the inboard edge, cross to the non-radiator side.
Copy.
For Koichi Wakata, there are 3 main tasks that he needs to accomplish over at the mounting platform. He was working his way basically clockwise around the mounting platform. He started on the left side to work on 2 bolts, then completed the mid-strut bolts. Now he's going to complete his work by tightening the 2 bolts that are on the right side. Of course, checking that multi-layer insulation, that white fabric along the way, making sure that looks good. But once he's done, he'll really proceed into some cleanup steps and then go over to translate to the 1A worksite where Nicole Mann is currently starting to construct some of the components of the mounting bracket over there, and then they'll work on that side together.
Okay, copy that, Duke. You can keep that tethered to the bag, lock out the thread if you need to. You'll be aligning the right upper strut L7 to the mounting bracket right side. Check that the alignment tab is in the groove and the black lines are aligned on the end of the mounting bracket. I'll have PGT settings when you're ready.
Copy.
So over on the 1A channel, Duke is building the mounting bracket. You can see from this graphic right here what that's going to look like. So that upper part with the sort of pinkish purple part is the upper triangle. She's right now building that first. So she's getting a head start on there, and it's going to attach to what's called the mast canister. That's that greenish, bluish soda can looking structure. That's where the legacy solar arrays were originally deployed from, and this is really sort of an adapter to allow the Irosa solar arrays to attach to the mounting bracket. That's that sort of bluish indigo part labeled there on the left, the Irosa mounting bracket. So she's just right now building that upper structure.
Hey, Koichi, if you can pause right there, you'll be following your safety tether back inboard to the 1 Alpha work site. We see you not quite translating in the right path.
Okay, it looks like it's on safety tether is on to my left. That's what I was following it. But you see that?
Yeah, I do see that. So on the inboard edge of the IEA, we would have you cross back over to the non-radiator side. You can also follow the handrails that are in front of you to the other side of the IEA.
Copy that. I'm going to translate here on at the end of the IEA to the non-radiator side.
That's perfect, Koichi. Once you're on the non-radiator side, you can head inboard along the zenith edge. You'll follow S6 handrail 2008, and you'll be picking up your green hook from S6 handrail 2007.
Copy that. Pick up green hook at 2007.
And Duke, just checking, I didn't hear the PGT settings.
The PGT is the Bravo 3 clockwise 2, and just working on M14 here.
Perfect. Okay, we're expecting approximately 4 turns on M13 and M14. This is not to torque yet.
Copy, 4 turns.
Okay, Duke, now I see you.
Okay, I see you out there, Koichi.
All right.
Okay, Dean, I got 1 hand turn on 13 and 14. Moving on to the PGT for 3 more.
Okay, copy. 1 hand turn on M13 and M14.
Three more turns on M14.
Copy. 3 additional turns on M14. That's 4 total.
Okay, Dean, I picked up the green hook, and I'm translating.
Copy, Koichi. You'll be at the S5, S6 interface following the A-frame nadir, follow handrail 2144, and then on the nadir forward edge, translate to the inboard edge of the 1 Alpha IEA.
Copy.
Okay, Dean, I'm moving on to upper left to center pad.
Copy, Duke. And Duke, those are straps 1 and 2 for the left upper, and I'll have PGT settings, new settings when you're ready.
Hello, Duke.
Hey, Koichi. I've got upper right on the center triangle. I'm going to work on the center pad now.
Okay, copy.
But if you want, that pitch knob was giving me a hard time.
Pitch knob, okay.
You want to give it a try,
Okay.
or try the tool? All the settings are correct.
Okay, I'll try that.
Thank you.
That sounds good.
Tango to Papa, right?
No, the pitch is already set, Koichi. It just needs to be locked.
Locked. Okay, copy.
Yeah, good coordination for both of you. Koichi, if you do want to grab the Crowfoot tool, that's D-Ring Hotel in the strut bag, you'll need the ratchet wrench as well. Also, Duke, if it would help you to have an extra pair of hands, you can work together on the upper triangle, and then we'll go back to the APFR.
Koichi work through the APFR since he's right there.
Copy. That sounds good to us. And yeah, Duke, we concur that all of the settings are correct. We just want that pitch knob in the lock position.
And if you need that tool, Koichi, I can hand it to you.
Okay, let me try first. Without it, and then if it doesn't work, I'll get it.
I got it about halfway there.
Okay.
So to catch up on the procedures for today, Koichi Wakata did tighten some of the bolts on the struts on the 1B side. He's going to go over and help Nicole Mann just for a little bit. They're going to split up the tasks on the 1A side. Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, is going to continue to work on that upper triangle, which is the top section of the full mounting platform that's going to be installed on the 1A mast canister as part of today's spacewalk. In the meantime, Koichi Wakata over on the 1A work site. They're over there together now. Koichi will work on the continue to work on that foot restraint, which Nicole Mann will enter later as part of accessing those different parts of the mounting platform. So the two of them are over on the 1A work site now.
That's 14.
Copy. Additional 3. That's 4 turns total. Thank you.
Okay, I need a tool. It doesn't go all the way. I'll get a tool, Duke.
Yeah, you're going to go with the tool, Koichi?
Yep, I'll get it.
Okay. You see it? It should be right above your head there.
Okay.
Houston copies.
And I got 2 hand turns on M17 ready for PGT settings.
Copy. 2 hand turns on M17. PGT settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And confirm I'm going to torque.
Affirm. You'll be going to torque. We're expecting a little over 6 turns to 9 turns. So that'll be about 4 or 5 to 7 turns additional to the 2 that you got by hand. And checking as well for black line flush.
Okay, this knob is locked on Tango, and it's popped out and can be depressed.
All right, Koichi is the man.
It was really easy with the tool.
That's awesome. Way to go, Koichi.
All right. All right.
All right, Koichi will have you stow that
Okay.
put tool back in the strut bag, and then you can assist Duke with that upper tackle.
Copy that. Tool is already stowed in the strut bag. I'm going to assist Duke.
You are the man.
Trying. The Duke is the man.
We love it.
With one more and...
Koichi Wakata able to work with that pesky APFR, the portable foot restraint. Now the settings on that portable foot restraint are complete, so he'll join Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, to continue assembling that upper triangle of the mounting platform that they're going to install on the 1A channel.
Then I got 6 more turns. Green light, 12.0 on the torque, black line flush.
Okay, copy. 6 additional turns, black line flush, and good torque. With that, you can release the ret from the right upper strut.
Copy. Okay, right out of upper strut, Brett is back to the bag. I'm working on pit pin and MLI in the center pad.
Copy, Duke.
Koichi, just for your awareness, the triangle is just above your head.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna reconfigure my weight setter and I'll be with you.
Houston copies. And Duke, once you've got the MLI installed covering the L2 clevis and the pip pin installed on the grounding block, I'll have more PGT settings for you.
Okay, Duke.
For your awareness, these washers did come back from all the defense. Put it back, the spring is good.
Duke, we copy.
Duke, would it be helpful if I hold the triangle? Can you do that?
Yeah, if you stabilize it there, as I get this pit pin in, we can kind of talk about our game plan.
Sounds good. I'm right next to you, to your right, and I'm ready to help.
Okay, pit pin is installed. Koichi, how about I rotate the center pad to you?
Okay.
You can work on the MLI, and I'll start working on the left upper strut.
Okay, copy that. All right, I'm going to rotate back towards you then.
Perfect.
All right?
Yes.
All right. All right, then I'm going to work on the
MLI is on the center pad there.
Right, okay.
And heads up, guys, we've got about a minute until a 2-minute LOS. So, Duke, when you're ready, I can give you PGT settings and a couple steps to work on.
Okay, go ahead with the PGT settings.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2. I'm going to do 4 turns on one, torque on the next, and then torque on back on the original.
Yeah, you got it. And just check for black line flush on both of those once you torque them.
Okay, copy.
The sun rising on the International Space Station as Duke gets those pistol grip tool or the cordless power drill settings.
Start is actually really good, Koichi.
Oh, nice. Okay.
You put on here is super helpful.
Oh, that's great.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Them working together is making the build of that upper triangle of the mounting platform a little bit easier. They were able to build the handover. We are expecting to lose communication, just video and audio very briefly soon. And right as expected, we're losing video and audio, but we'll be regaining it shortly. We get good communication from the tracking and data relay satellites through an operation such as this. Though this is a larger gap in communication, so you'll notice a lot of folks in the room taking a bio break. The gaps are relatively short through a dynamic operation, but this is one of the longer ones, so it gives the team an opportunity to take a break. We'll get back to the action pretty soon. While we're waiting to regain communication from the International Space Station, let's go over the plan and the work for today. So first of all, what they're doing is they're currently on the 1A channel, the channel that's marked in the yellow there. They are constructing a modification kit for future IROSA solar arrays, International Space Station rollout solar arrays. There are 4 that are installed in the International Space Station so far. That is all of the channels marked in blue, and then the green, the mounting hardware, that mounting platform was complete, but we saw Koichi Wakata tighten some of the bolts on the struts to make sure that that's ready to receive an IROSA later this summer. But the 2 of them now are over on the 1A channel, and they are working on the modification kit. Now, this is really a modification to the original mast canister. That's that light blue, kind of greenish tin can-looking structure. That had the legacy solar arrays, and they are building those struts that are going to house soon the International Space Station rollout solar array on that mounting bracket that you see there in the graphic. So they're building that top portion right now, the upper triangle. That requires a cordless power drill to secure some of the bolts in place. All of these different components, as you see them now, were transported through a bag, and that bag has been transported over to their work site. You can see some of the upper struts, some of those components, they had to take them out. All of them are marked so they know which pieces are which, and right now they are putting them together to build the upper triangle. This is not the first time we've done it, so we do have graphics from previous spacewalks. You can see there on the right, that is a fully constructed modification kit. That's what it looks like. And then here's from a previous spacewalk, 2 spacewalkers actually installing the rollout solar arrays. Once it's installed, it unfolds just like you see there, and it's called a rollout solar array for a reason. It rolls out and covers the bottom portion of the legacy solar arrays, but it generates an incredible amount of power. And so far, 4 have been installed and are performing very well. So what they're doing now is they're creating the modification kit for those another pair of solar arrays that are going to be delivered to the International Space Station later in the summer. We're now regaining video and audio from the International Space Station, so let's go back to the action, where Koichi and Duke are both continuing to work on constructing that modification kit.
Yeah, I got 19 additional turns on M16, green light, 18.3 on the torque, and both bolts are black line flush.
Okay, 19 additional turns, green light, 18.3, and both are black line flush.
Look, Koichi, if I hand you this PGT, there's 2 bolts right in front of you. Okay, copy that. 13 and 14, those are next. Okay. Okay, there you go. And it's already
Stand
set.
by one,
Bravo
Duke.
3 clockwise 2.
We're checking on one of those bolts before you pass off that PGT.
Okay, stand by.
for M15, did you do any hand turns to start?
Yeah, sorry, for M15 I had two turns hand start.
2 turns hand start, followed by 19 turns with the PGT.
Confirm. Or maybe I think 18.
Copy, Duke. We're checking.
Okay. Look at me. I think that strap is sitting over the button. You got it? Yeah, I got it. I'll get one too. Yep. I took a few. Oh.
Thanks for your patience, guys. We're chatting about M15.
How come?
Okay, Duke, could we have you just check the alignment tab is fully seated in place?
Copy. Just a little my way. Okay. Yep, sure. Okay, alignment pad looks good. The tab is engaged. I don't know if you can see in my HECA. You can see I got 2 black line flushes.
Okay, Duke, we've got a great view of that. We concur with everything. If you could do us a favor and just hit M15 one more time with the PGT.
Copy.
Hey, just kidding, Duke. We're actually happy with that bolt. Great news. So you can release the ret from the left upper strut.
Okay. I will pass this, Chris, I'll pass this PGT to you and I'll work on that ret. Copy that. So those M13 and 14, right? You got it?
Yeah, the next bolts will be M13 and M14. And PGT settings should be the same.
Okay.
Bravo 3 clockwise 2.
Bravo 3 set, clockwise 2 set.
Perfect.
Lock upper is released.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi, for you, you'll be driving those approximately an additional 20 turns, looking for torque, good green light, and black line flush on both of those.
Copy. You need me to move the triangle, Koichi? It's good. And I can lock out that PGT might be falling on you too. Yeah, okay. It's fine, but could you tilt towards me? Yeah, that's good.
Does it say in 1314 on the side? Does it say?
It says on the side.
Okay, I see that. Okay. All right. Alpha 2.
Bravo 3.
Excuse me, Bravo 3 and Bravo 3 set, the clockwise 2 set. Additional 20 turns. You go. That's 10. Okay, 19 and a half turns, and I got a green light, 18.5 foot-pounds, 19.03 turns.
Okay, 19 and a half turns visually, green light, 18.5 on the torque.
That's good speed, and that was on the M13. I'm going to do M14.
Copy
and
M13
black line flush.
and copy black line flush, going to M14.
Okay. Copy in work.
From this view of Duke's helmet camera, we can very clearly see the full build of the upper triangle. They've put 2 of the 3 sections of the triangle together. Now, the 2 of them working together to install the final part of that, with Nicole, Mann, Duke able to hold the one side of the strut. Koichi Wakata has great access to that final part of the upper strut. That's the right side of the upper triangle.
That's 10. Okay, 18 and a half turns visually confirmed. I got a green light. 18.3 foot-pounds, 18.86 turns.
Okay,
And the
copy,
black line
Koichi.
flash on M14.
Got it. 18.5 turns, green light, 18.3 torque, and black line on both M13 and M14.
That's a good read.
Okay, with that, we are happy with those bolts. You can tend the PGT back to the strut bag. And I think at this point, Duke, we'll have you go ahead and ingress the APFR. Koichi, we'll have you go ahead and grab the cables at this point.
Copy.
In work.
Big picture for you both. Right now, our limiting consumable is going to be EV1 MEDOX, right now looking at about 640, 645 PET. We're just about 20 minutes down on the timeline right now. You guys are doing good work.
Okay.
All right, Koichi, I'm all cleaned up. I'm headed over to the APFR.
Okay. The untangle the PGT.
Alright, so with the upper triangle built, Duke has the upper triangle tethered to herself. She'll be able to get into the foot restraint that's already been set up to allow her to access the top part of the mass canister and get ready to install that upper triangle. In the meantime, Koichi Wakata working on the pistol grip tool, making sure that's going to be stowed away. And if you remember, on the way out to the work site, Koichi Wakata had a cable bag in tow and put it off to the side to temporarily stow it. He's going to go ahead and access that cable bag and grab some of the necessary materials needed for continuing to build this mounting platform. Next on the timeline is, now that the upper triangle is built, is to build that right strut. And a correction that the triangle is actually tethered not to Duke.
Okay.
Duke, for you, as a reminder, no sudden movement on the mass canister or mod kit. Limit your lateral loads into the BGA, avoid cyclic loading, and don't impart forces into the mod kit before they're fully installed.
Copy.
And Duke, we also suggest fair leading on S4 handrail 2213. That's the inboard radiator corner of the IEA.
Okay, so Xena, I'm going to grab the front mount for our cable.
Copy, Koichi. That's perfect. Yep, you'll be going to the cable bag, grabbing the 1 alpha IROSA cables with the adjustable equipment tether and
Copy.
stowing on your BRT.
Copy that. Okay, Bailey's in place on 2235.
Copy, Duke.
You know, I'm going to local to the ingressing.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, I'm ready to the 1 Alpha cable bundle, and I'm going to take it out from the cable bag.
That's perfect, Koichi. You can stow that on your BRT, close the cable bag, and translate to the upper triangle.
See that?
So this is a great shot of some of the work that's being done concurrently. You can see EV2 Duke with the suit with no stripes is ingressing or entering the portable foot restraint that was set up for her to access some of the parts that are needed to install that upper triangle, which Koichi Wakata has in tow. He went over to that cable bag that he stowed early on as he made his way out to the work site, grabbing some of the cables. So he'll have the upper triangle and the cables in tow. And once Nicole, Mann, or Duke is inside the portable foot restraint and in a good configuration, they'll do a handoff. So he'll be handing off some of the components that she needs to construct the mounting platform one at a time. And they'll work together to install this mounting platform.
Koichi, can you see my toes here? What's that? Can you give me a look at my toes?
I can see, okay. Yeah, it looks like the both sides are in, but the heel, I cannot see the heel. Let me go there.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think my heels are in. I just want to make sure my toes are in the right.
Yeah, both are, left side is in, and the right side is, you're in the loop.
Okay.
You need to put the heel down a little more. Yeah, a little more down on the heel on the right side.
I feel like my right's not in the toe loop, is it?
Not in. Push it in, right, further, towards your, further in, keep going. Yeah, you're touching the loop. You can put your heel down, both left and right. Yeah.
Copy. Let me just get reset back up here.
Yeah.
Koichi Wakata has a great view. He's aiding Nicole, Mann, and guiding her. He's got a better view of where her feet will go inside the portable foot restraint. Behind them, you can see the Earth. The high-definition views from the Heka camera are providing these beautiful views of the southern Atlantic Ocean. They just passed over the eastern border of South America and are heading on a northeastern track towards Africa, but they're over the South Atlantic Ocean right now.
Heel further down a little more.
And a correction that upper triangle is specifically attached to the strut bag, to the bag where those the upper triangle components actually came from. But it will be Koichi Wakata that will grab it and hand it off to Nicole, Mann once she's in position.
Okay, my right one, I feel like my right one's in.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. Left one, I think I need to heel a little more.
Yeah. Yeah, left side a little more, heel down. Position is good.
You can get a great view. The cameras here from the outside of the International Space Station are zoomed in on the portable foot restraint.
Left heel to the outboard. Go down. Yeah, looks like it's almost in.
On the right, Koichi Wakata guiding Duke through the process of getting ingressed or fully integrated into that portable foot restraint.
Stay there, stay there. Right side heel, you come out to the left. Heel to your left. Right to your left, or heel only to your left.
Wait, which foot?
Right foot. Heel, yeah. And then heel down. Okay, and then stop, go to the left. Right heel to your left side. That's good, and stay there. And then you're in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sure. Looking good.
Great work, guys. That was awesome coordination.
Just touch in.
Copy ingress aid, Duke.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to attach the cable bundle to the triangle.
That's correct, Koichi. You'll be attaching the free hook of that adjustable that's on the mounting bracket already to the D-ring on the adjustable going to the cable bundle.
Okay, look for it. Okay, see the cable bundle is attached to the adjustable that is going around on the mountain bracket.
Copy, Koichi. All right, if that looks like it's tidy enough to not get in Duke's way, we're happy with that config, and you can pass up the upper triangle. If needed, you can also use those wire ties that are already installed on the cables to kind of tend it to the mounting bracket.
Okay, what do you think, Duke?
Sorry, I can't really see it.
Okay.
Whatever you think, Koichi.
Okay.
It's just got to come up and then go in.
Okay, copy. Let me reconfigure my ERT and then I'll be with you.
Okay.
I'm coming from your right. Can you see the triangle?
I see it.
Let me know when you can grab any part.
So I think maybe if you bring it back towards me a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, I have control.
Okay, you have the controls. You have to rotate it.
Good words, Koichi. We see you looking good. Just a reminder, you don't need to ret swap for this one. We've got 2 rets in series.
Copy.
So right now, Koichi Wakata, you see in the suit with red stripes, he just handed off the upper triangle to...
I have it upside down, Koichi.
Duke, if it's easier, you can lean back to do that rolling motion, or you can also have Koichi take control back.
Let me get, could you stay there? Looks like this cable is...
Okay, I'll stay still. I think I can rotate it.
Okay.
But, just let me know when it's clear.
Okay, stand by. Stay there.
Yeah, so Duke has control of that upper triangle. Koichi just guiding her as she needs to rotate it into position that's appropriate for installing it on the mast canister.
Now it should be clear. And then... And do you want me to get it back and rotate it and bring it back to you, or?
No, I'll
Can you rotate it? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Zena, this time, can we do other tasks like GoPro setup, or?
So, Koichi,
Can I do...
for you, for both of you actually right now, just keep an eye on those cables and make sure that they don't get in the way or get snagged as Duke is trying to install the upper triangle.
Okay, copy that. I'll keep an eye on it, and then hand it here.
Next steps for you after that, Koichi, would be to move the silver PGT from the strut bag to the WIP-X.
Copy.
And then you'd be doing a socket swap on your red PGT.
Okay. I transfer the silver PGT already, the WIF extender.
Okay, copy. The silver PGT is moved, and making sure that you have the...
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, copy. Not yet.
Not yet, Zena. Okay. I'm going to move it down.
Perfect. Gotcha. Nice work, Duke. If you need to lean back at all to get enough clearance for that maneuver, I know you're working in a tight workspace there.
All right. Whew, got it.
Awesome, Duke.
Great job. And Koichi, for that PGT, just a reminder to move the bag ret with the PGT. You'll be using that ret for the WIF-X handrail.
Yeah, thanks. And I moved the bag ret and the PGT, and now it's attached to the WIF extender.
Nice work. Okay, now the silver PGT is attached. For you, Koichi, you'll be doing a socket swap on your red PGT. Swap to the 6-inch wobble that's in your trash bag now. We'll take a good pull test.
See that? It worked.
And Duke, looks like you're in a good config. You'll make sure that that arrow is pointing up, and then install the center pad on the mass canister with the left side first, then press in on the right side to engage the soft dock.
Okay, arrow's up, left side in. It's on the right, but I don't think it went all the way in. Oh, there we go. Okay, soft dock is good.
Copy. Great work. I'll have PGT settings for you next. Let me know when you're ready.
So with a little bit of finagling and getting the upper triangle into the right rotation, Duke has successfully soft docked it to the upper part of the mast canister. That's the point where the upper triangle is to be installed. So the next steps will be to use that hand drill, the cordless power drill, to secure it in place with a few bolts.
PGT settings are alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2 set.
You'll be driving M5, 6, 7, and 8, approximately 2 turns each, any order.
Copy, 2 turns each.
Okay, Dina, tether stop is complete. 7/16, 6-inch wobble is on my red PGT. Good pull test.
Copy. Installed with a good pull test on your PGT.
And I have 2 turns on M5 through.
Okay, copy. 2 turns on M5, 6, 7, and 8. You'll now be going to torque on each of these in any order, an additional 3 to 8 turns or so.
Copy.
Koichi, we're a little down on the timeline still today. Now is when we had planned to install the MUT with GoPro. We'll leave it up to you, but it might be the kind of thing that you would want to defer or do without. Up to you.
Okay, I concur. What do you think, Duke?
M5, 5 turns, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
Copy. Additional 5 turns on M5, 3.6 on the torque.
Yeah, I've got 3 bolts left here, Koichi, and then I'll be ready for the left mid-strut. So I'll leave that up to you, based on where you're at.
Okay, if I have a few minutes, Dina, then I will install it. Not the end effector.
That sounds great,
Is
Koichi.
there anything that I can do? Okay, let's do that.
4 turns, green light, 3.8 on the torque, M8.
Copy. 4 turns, 3.8, green light on M8.
Four and a half turns, green light, 3.9 on the torque, M6.
Copy. 4.5, 3.9, green light on M6. And Koichi, for you, we do think you have time. Totally up to you, no pressure. You'd be, per the plan, installing that MUT end effector on handrail 2214. That's the inboard edge middle handrail.
Okay, copy that. In work.
Four turns, green light, 3.7 torque, M7.
Copy. 4 additional turns, 3.7, green light on M7. Okay, Duke, those are good bolts, all 4 of them. You can release the mounting bracket RET. And next, you'll check that the center pad MOI and pit pins are still installed.
Okay, MOI and pit pins, we're good.
Copy, that's great. You can rotate the upper triangle down for later access after you have the RET released. And then from both of you, we'll take a good glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, gloves are good, and the hap is baseline.
Okay, hap is baseline, gloves are good, gauntlets are covered.
Gauntlets are covered for ED12.
Copy you both.
With that, the upper triangle has been installed onto the 1A mast canister.
Picture for me, I think I'm popping out and adjusting the APFR.
Big picture,
I think I'm going to need to pop
yes.
out to get to RET on the mounting bracket.
Okay, copy. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on, is just that mounting bracket RET.
I think I'll get that RET after I get maybe the APFR rolled over or once I pop out.
You got it.
Just on the far right edge.
Yeah, we're happy with that plan, Duke. With that, you can egress the APFR. You'll be also socket swapping to the 2-inch rigid that's in your trash bag with a good pull test, and then adjusting the WIP-X.
Copy.
So the upper triangle is installed. You'll hear the periodic glove and hap checks. The glove, just to make sure there are no nicks or scrapes and make sure they're in good quality to continue working on the spacewalk. And then the hap is the helmet absorption pad, just a quick field test to see if there's any liquid or water. Everything looks good, so we'll hear those checks periodically. That RET as a retractable tether, that's the one that was anchoring the upper triangle to the strut bag, so Duke has to release that, and then they can move on to the next task. She's going to be exiting the foot restraint here shortly.
Christina GoPro is installed and I'm back in the worksite.
Okay, copy, and just confirm the jaws are out on that end effector.
Yes, it's locked, and then I see, jaws are out and it's locked.
Copy, that sounds like a good config, Koichi. All right, so Duke is egressing the APFR, and then we'll have you work together on the APFR and WIP-X reconfig.
Copy that.
So this APFR is so happy that I got ingress, it does not want to let me go.
Okay.
We copy that, Duke, and Koichi, once you get over there, you can help her if that is useful.
Okay.
Looks like you need to just rotate your heels a little further in. I know that's tricky with just an ingress aid.
Copy that. Okay, I'm coming up to the APFR now, Duke.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I see the tether coming from the
Yeah, there's still that right there on the mounting, on the
Okay, right heel.
So right now, Koichi Wakata is helping Nicole Mann, callsign Duke, to egress or get out of the foot restraint. That foot restraint was configured such that it gave her just the right angle to install that upper triangle. It was the right angle for her to use that cordless power drill, the PGT, pistol grip tool, and then drive those bolts. She needs to get out. They're going to reconfigure it, angle it a different way. So now, and then she'll get back in it. So she'll be able to access the next set of bolts for when they install that next component of the mounting platform, which is the right strut. So they'll work through that methodically, getting her out, re-angling it back in, and then they'll get the new component of the mounting bracket from the strut bag handed off, and then bolt that to the mass canister.
Okay, now you can pull out straight. Yeah, that's good. Okay, good. All right.
I'm going to get this red off. Koichi, that's for the mounting bracket.
Okay.
Houston, copy.
So we're in another handover period. Again, we're receiving video and audio from the geosynchronous TDRS satellites, tracking and data relay satellites. Another intermittent gap. We'll be regaining video and audio here shortly. As a quick recap, the two have completed the installation of the upper triangle on the 1A power channel. There are several components that make up the mounting bracket, so that's done. And they're currently trying to reposition the foot restraint to get a new angle and allow Nicole Mann, callsign Duke, to access the next part of the installation, which is the bolts that will attach the right strut to the upper triangle.
Extend the setting.
Houston's back with you after a quick handover. And Koichi, that sounds like a good plan. We've got you adjusting the APFR, but if you want to coordinate who does APFR, who does WIFX, that's fine by me.
Okay. I'm doing the WIF extender, and Duke will do the APFR.
Okay, I'm going to work on the socket swap right now. That's
okay.
Copy, working on the socket swap for you, Duke. And big picture update for you both. Right now we're looking at about 30 minutes down on the timeline. Our limiting consumable is still EV1 MEDOX, but moved up to about 6 hours, 50 minutes. And we'd love your input on just how you're doing and how you feel about that big picture update.
How are you feeling, Duke?
Feeling good?
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. We can continue.
Great work. You guys are doing awesome so far. Keep it up.
Awesome.
A good read from the crew. You heard they're a little bit behind on the timeline, but still making good progress to get this mounting bracket installed. Both of them are taking two different parts of the foot restraint right now to configure it for that next setting.
Copy, WIFX adjusted to extension of 1. That's perfect. And I'll have APFR settings. When you're ready, it's going to be a roll to the right.
Roll to the right. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, we'll be adjusting both the roll and the pitch, going to Papa Papa Charlie.
Okay. First, I'm gonna. Is it okay, Duke, to change the roll?
Yeah, let me know if I'm pulling on you. I can.
No, you're not pulling. So. Oh, that's a yo. I'm going to change the pitch, but I have to use the tool.
Houston copies. You can certainly grab Lucas's ProFoot tool if you need it.
All right, I need it.
Okay, the 6 inches off with a good pull test.
Copy, good pull test.
Cannot access this.
Okay, 2 inches on with a good pull test.
Copy, do good pull test on the 2 inch. And Koichi, you will need to push that pitch knob in before you'll be able to ratchet.
Copy that.
As soon as I get this put away, quick check and help you.
If you could, did the 2 actions, if you could push in the pitch knob.
Okay, let me just get my PGT and sockets put away here.
Great teamwork, guys, and just a reminder to watch out for each other's hands. There are a lot of pinch points in there.
Okay, I was able to unlock it.
Nice work, Koichi.
Right, so. Now I'm going to change the pitch, Duke, now.
And it was I had to hold on to the handle of the width extender and then pitch. Okay, with the boot plate.
It's not completely unlocked, so I have to keep unlocking. Okay, now it's completely unlocked.
Okay. I can push down here. You may have to hold on to the handrail.
Okay, you can push down if you can. Yeah, please. Yeah. Not moving. It's in the unlocked position.
Okay. Yeah, it was pretty tight before. Let me see if I can come down lower.
Okay.
You can also try using the boot plate
Maybe
to
if you
get some
hold
more
on to this
leverage.
handle, I'll let go. Okay, Gazina?
You can try using the boot plate to get a little bit more of a lever arm there.
Yeah. Maybe I'll roll the boot plate back up so that we can use it.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Could you roll it back?
Yeah.
Good. Foxtrot position. Good.
One more.
Okay, that's Foxtrot. I have yelled a little bit.
When I got it back, and then we can pull on the boot plate.
Okay, go ahead.
The yaw's right on your thing.
Thank you.
There you go. Oh,
Good,
that's
good.
it. There we go.
Good, good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to bring the ingress down.
Okay.
Maybe we can pull on that.
And the pitch knob is in a complete unlocked position, and it's popped out. This is the correct configuration to move the pitch, right?
It shouldn't be popped out. Let me look. It should just be all the way pointed to unlock.
It is all the way pointed at the unlock.
Yeah, okay.
And it looks like it's popped out.
Yeah, that's what we expect. We know this is a really sticky pitch APFR.
Yeah, it doesn't move. The complete unlocked position. I don't know if you can see it on the photo.
Yeah, we see that. Stand by. We'll talk about some possible suggestions for you guys.
So, before when I did it, I used the boot plate to have a little bit more of an arm. Maybe I hold on to the toe loop. So if I rotate the boot plate all the way around, would that help? And it was like a smooth squeeze to get it to move.
Yeah, so, let's try that.
Unstuck. It was sticky the whole time.
Yeah, let's try that. So, in order to do that, do you need to roll 90 degrees?
Would that help? Or because I don't know, can you grab onto here? Where the heels go? Like if you can grab onto that heel, then we'll go down to some smooth motion down. I don't have much leverage here, but...
It's straight up. Shall we just move? This reaction to that motion.
Maybe if you push away, like push on the front of it.
You guys can
like a smooth
roll and yaw that boot plate as you need in order to get the boot plate in a better position for leverage. And just a reminder to avoid using the glove for a pounding motion like that.
Concur.
It's not like it ever...
I'm just pushing the boundary.
Okay, it's moving. It's not out. It's working.
It moved a little bit, but now it's stuck in that position.
It just needs to go a couple more.
It doesn't.
No?
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so what else can we do here?
I wonder if we can use the moment arm of this ingress aid.
Maybe you can pull.
I got nothing to really react against here.
Okay, then let me try that.
But if you can get your hand on it.
Yeah, Duke, you can definitely pull on the ingress aid if that helps get some more leverage.
Okay.
Okay, we're pulling on the ingress aid.
Okay, it's moving. It's moving.
Okay.
So we're halfway between S and R.
Okay, I'm going to keep pulling. It's still in R.
It's already, yeah, it's all the way to R.
Right. 2 more notches. Go back now. 1 more notch.
Great work, guys. And as long as you can get it to at least Sierra Sierra, we can give you some alternate settings.
That's
Really Papa now.
yeah, I think maybe just one tiny bit more.
You did Papa, right?
It's just a little high. Just a small amount more. But you can get it locked.
Copy. Great work,
Control.
guys. This shows Papa here on this side.
Yeah, then go for it.
All right, I'm gonna lock it. Okay, now I need a tool. You don't have the tool, right?
No, I think
Okay.
if I can get it.
Yeah, it's be here. Okay, I see that. Yeah, I can grab it. Okay. All right. Great idea, Duke. That was to hold on to the English tape was good. Okay, this set Papa.
Papa.
This now is set in locked position and can be depressed.
Copy. Amazing. Great work, guys.
Nice work, Koichi. I'm going to roll it back over to Charlie.
All right.
And just to make sure you're still in Charlie on the roll as well.
I'm fixing that now.
Okay. If you release it, I can pull.
Okay. Oh, no, that rolled it. Oh, sorry, that yawned it. I need to roll, yeah.
Okay.
That's better. Hold on, Koichi.
Okay. I mean, I can.
Okay, I got it. That's,
You got it? Okay,
yeah,
good.
thank you
Okay.
so much.
All right.
Okay. Where's Charlie?
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome.
Great work. And also,
So
just
let's
to make
take a
sure
look
you
at our
didn't
safety to the complete scoring list.
bump the yaw, if you could check 12 on the yaw.
There's also that rep for the mounting bracket is underneath your right arm. I'm going to go release that right now, though, Koichi. I don't think you'll be tangled, but it's just underneath your right arm.
Okay.
You're good. You're clear.
Yeah, I think so that's a good. And then yaw is in back.
Yeah, it's back to 12, yeah.
12. Okay, good.
Perfect.
All right.
Thanks,
See, now
guys.
we're in a good, maybe 130 now.
Copy and concur. Really good work, guys. Next steps for you will be to get the right mid struts from straps 12 and 13, and Duke will be ingressing the APFR.
Copy.
Copy.
And we'll take a glove check from both of you.
Okay, CD1 gloves. Good.
Copy, Koichi.
Okay, easy two, gloves are good.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, release the right strut. Right.
Copy, right mid is released. Once Duke has ingressed, you'll be passing that off to her and then getting the right lower strut from straps 7 and 8.
Copy. Copy that.
So a quick recap, it did take a little bit of work, but the duo did get the portable foot restraint to the angle it needs to be to install that next section, the right strut. So Koichi Wakata is going to get that and hand it off to Nicole Mann once she gets back into the foot restraint and at the right angle to access the bolts that she'll need to drive to install that right strut.
And guys, feel free to just stay together there by the APFR, make sure that we get in a good config. And a reminder also, we've got that RET attached to the upper triangle still.
Yeah, I can get to that right now.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, looks like left side is almost in. Yeah, left is in the loop. Right side is, position is good. You can go a little bit forward. Yeah, almost a little bit to your right on the right foot. Oh, a little right. Okay. Let me go there. Okay. You can come in. A little bit to your left. Okay, a little bit to your left. Yeah, position is good. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Okay, and then heel down. Heel down. For could you slide your left? Okay, heel down, and then slide. Now you can slide to your left. Push in further.
The left Koichi, which strut is the heel in?
Heel is half in. So you need to put your toe a little bit forward. And yeah, and then slide heel to your left. Heel down. Heel to your right a little bit. to your right a little bit.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me get my right in the toe loop.
Okay. Okay, heel. Okay, okay, heel to left foot, heel to your right a little bit. That's good. That's good. And then, okay, and then now heel down on your left heel. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Okay, now slide to your left. Okay, you're in. Yeah, almost in. Slide more. Slide your left heel more to your left. I think you're in. Do you feel it?
Yeah, I actually feel solid. Okay, that's different than what I expected.
And then
so actually, I'm going to leave the right out because I need it for my reach. So.
Okay, copy that. All right, then I will come back and hand you the instruct.
Okay, I have the mounting bracket red.
Okay. You want to release it?
Yeah, are you ready for it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, there it is.
Okay. All right. It's released. Okay. And then let me go back to a different position for handoff.
Okay, I'm getting my ERT out.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, I'm in a good position for handoff.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
All right. Just let me local here. Okay, mid shut. Coming at you. Okay. And that's you want to have the pad side, right?
Yes, the pad side.
Yeah, here you go. Can you see it?
No.
All right, let me.
I'm going to right at the top of your head. Okay,
Oh, here you go. Can you see it?
Side.
Can you see it?
Okay, I have the controls.
Okay, you have the controls.
Please have my BRT red on
Okay.
the side pad. On the head on the side pad.
Okay.
I can read.
So I can release it? Oh,
Yeah,
if you
okay,
can release it, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, red is released.
Okay. All right. And the next one is the lower strut.
Lower right, yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. And you'll be passing the clevis end toward EV2, Koichi.
Okay. Okay, so that's from the strap 8 and 7, correct?
Affirm, strap 7 and 8.
Okay, copy.
And then Duke, you'll want to ret to the handrail stanchion that's nearest the clevis.
Copy.
Okay, Duke, clevis side is coming at you.
Okay.
Okay, that's on your right. Can you see it?
Okay, I see it. All controls?
Okay, you have the controls. Okay.
Please stand by.
Okay, so stand by here.
If you have a ret on the right lower right, you can release your ret.
Okay, that's a bag red. Is just a moment. Let me.
You need me to move it down?
No, it's good. Stay there. It's
Okay.
good. Okay, bag red is released. You have the controls?
All the controls.
Okay. Hey.
Great work, guys.
Tina, I'm going to translate to the. Okay.
Yeah, Koichi, that's right. You'll be translating to the right sob spherical bearing on the mass canister right side and just report to us the spherical bearing alignment. Then you'll be grabbing the silver PGT from that WIFX handrail.
Copy. Copy that.
Duke, once Koichi gets down there, you'll be helping out with the lower strut alignment, and you'll work together to install.
Okay, bearing alignment looks good.
Copy, Koichi. You can grab the silver
That bearing
PGT.
alignment looks good. Copy.
For both of you, just a big picture update here. Right now, we're looking at probably between 45 minutes and an hour down on the timeline, just thanks to that sticky pitch on the APFR. So right now, we are thinking that the get-aheads, the S6 DDCU jumper, and 1 Bravo cable routing are going to be saved for a future EVA, but we're still in good shape. Just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are doing great work.
Copy that.
Copy.
Okay, I have the silver PGT, and then I'm ready to install the bearing.
All right.
M19.
I've got some PGT settings for you, Koichi. That's going to be Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
So right now, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann working at the two ends of the lower strut. This attaches the top of the mounting bracket, which is part of that upper triangle that they built earlier, and the strut anchors it to the lower part of the mast canister, and this is on the right side. So Koichi Wakata, because he's not in the foot restraint, will have access to that bottom part, and he'll use his pistol grip tool to anchor it to the bottom part of the mast canister, while Nicole Mann, Duke, who is still in the portable foot restraint, has access to the top portion of this lower strut, which is being attached to the front end of that mounting bracket.
Okay, Koichi. Tracking Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Okay.
Now, with Duke's help, you'll be aligning the lower struts, and we're just looking to start with 4 turns on M19.
Copy that. Let me put a BRT down here, and then I'll work on the 4 turns.
Copy. That's great. And if you get any hand turns on that bolt, just let us know. And a reminder while you're down there to watch your fingers. There's a pinch point there between the lower strut pad to the BGA.
Okay, copy that. Okay, Duke, I'm ready to receive it.
Okay, I'm going to keep holding on this end. You just let me know what you need to get it lined up.
Okay. All right, that's good. Okay. Doesn't align well.
Help?
If you could, can you?
Quick handover here,
Okay,
guys.
can you move up to your right a little bit? To your right. That's good. And then.
We're in a short handover period right now, so we still have audio from the International Space Station. We can hear the crew, but we'll be getting video back shortly.
Keep coming down. To your right. Down. Excuse me. And stay there, stay there.
Okay.
Great. Feel free to hand start that, Koichi. We'll be back with you in a couple seconds.
Work. All right, let me see if I can hand start this one up here.
We're back with you after a handover, and any turns that you put on that M19 bolt, let us know.
Okay, that's 4 turns on the PGT.
Copy. 4 turns on M19. Great work. New PGT settings for you, Koichi. Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And Duke, now that M19 is started.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Good read back. Duke, you can start M20.
Okay.
That's the right lower strut L6 to the mounting bracket. check that the pip pin lanyard is free of the clevis, and I'll have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. Bravo 7 set, then clockwise 2 set for M19.
Copy, Koichi. You'll be...
Can you tell me the count?
So stand by until Duke has her end started, but you will be going to torque on this one.
Copy.
We're expecting 10.5 to 11 turns once Duke's end is started.
Copy.
This end is clear. I've got one turn hand started.
Copy, one turn
Okay.
hand started.
I've got my PhD taking me.
Your PGT settings, Duke, are Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And this will be about one extra turn on M20.
Wait, how many extra turns?
Just one extra. We're looking for about 2 total here.
Just for 2 total. Okay, sorry, I should have done that with my hand, but...
Yeah, that's my bad. I could have helped you out there.
Dina, do I have a go-to turn, M19, 10.5 to 11 turns?
Once Duke gets one more turn
I gotta
on
get one more
M20.
turn here. I got a Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set.
Copy.
Here's a good shot of the 2 astronauts working on both ends of that lower right strut. So you see Nicole Mann is in the foot restraint. She's got access to the top part of the lower strut. That's towards the upper triangle. She's got a pistol grip tool to secure that to the top portion, and then Koichi Wakata at the bottom portion, securing the lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
Okay, Bravo 1 clockwise 2. I got one more turn.
Copy, one additional turn, 2 turns total on M20. With that, Koichi, you can drive M19 to torque, expecting 10.5 to 11 additional turns, looking for green light and torque readings.
Copy that. Teamwork. 10.5 to 11 turns on M19.
Good read back. And Duke, once you've got your PGT stowed, we can have you start on the 1 Alpha right IROSA cable routing.
Okay, Dina, on M19, I got a green light and torqued out 25.9 foot-pounds in 9 turns. And the block line flash, I see a little bit of a gap. It's almost there, but yeah, I would say the block line flash.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can see it on the HECA.
Koichi, we are expecting to finish this off with the torque wrench, but we copied green light 25.9 torque. And was that 10 turns?
That's a 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns.
8.66 turns shown. Right. The visually was 9 turns.
Copy that. All right, with that, Koichi, you can grab the torque wrench from the right lower strut, and you'll socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from the PGT to the torque wrench with a good pull test.
Copy.
Duke, for you, you'll remove the short wire tie, securing the 1 Alpha right IROSA cables to the mounting bracket, and stow them in your trash bag if they were used. And then you'll release the long wire tie on the cables.
Copy.
Just one twist on the 1 Alpha right side wire tie.
So from this helmet camera view, we're looking from the vantage point of Duke, or NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. You can see Koichi Wakata working on the base of the lower strut, Nicole Mann working on the cables. Of course, the strut is really a support structure that allows the IROSA, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, to be installed, but it does need to provide power ultimately to the International Space Station, so these cables will be positioned accordingly so that when the IROSA is installed on the mounting bracket, that they'll be able to basically hook it up to the International Space Station, and the power that will be drawn from the new solar arrays can be sent to all of the appropriate downstream places on the International Space Station. So they're positioning those cables now, so when they later install the IROSAs, right now we're looking at this summer to get the IROSAs up to the space station and installed, that they'll be able to hook it up.
15 turns with this torque wrench until you break over 2 times.
14 to 15 turns, okay.
Okay, 3 twists complete.
Copy, Duke. That looks really good. You'll next be driving M20 to torque after Koichi finishes his M19 end.
Can I put the grounding set pin in?
Checking. And I apologize, Koichi. We actually need 14 to 15 total turns, so you only have about another turn and a half to go. Much better news.
That's good to know. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that was a great release. Thank you.
Yeah, that was about to be tough times. And Duke, you can install that grounding fit pin into the mounting bracket.
Copy.
Okay, I felt 2 breakovers and visually confirmed 2 breakovers on M19.
Great work, Koichi. Next, we'll take a check that the black line is parallel to the cylinder and flush. There's no gap between the strut boss and bearing, and there's no movement with a wheel test.
Okay, black line flush and parallel to the cylinder. But there's no gap between the strut boss and the spherical bearing.
Copy. And Koichi, just to confirm, how many additional turns was that with the torque wrench?
It was less than half turn, around quarter turn.
Copy. Additional quarter turn.
I would say V-nights between quarter and a half turn.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll be checking that real quick. It's a little less than we were expecting. Okay, good news. We're good with that bolt, Koichi, and we'll take that one last wiggle test there.
Okay. Okay, wiggle test, no motion.
Perfect. With that, you can socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from your torque wrench back to the silver PGT with a good pull test, and you can relocate the torque wrench to the silver PGT. You'll keep that ret from the strut with the torque wrench.
It worked.
Duke, Once you have that pit pin installed, you can go back and drive M20 to torque. We're expecting 5 to 7 additional turns, looking for black line flush.
Copy, pit pins installed. 11 M20.
Copy.
You're now at 6 turns, green light, 11.9 on the torque.
Copy, 6 turns, 11.9 on the torque, green light, check black line flush.
Confirm, black line flush.
Copy, Duke.
Hey, put that socket drop to the silver PGT complete.
Okay, copy. Koichi, check the lower strut MLI is covering the strut pad. Duke, you can stow your PGT.
Okay, lower strip cover is covering the 19 area
Copy.
on the pad.
Great work, Koichi. You can translate to the side pad location on the right side there.
Okay, before that I will attach the torque wrench to the silver PGT.
Good words.
Am I working any MLI right now or not until the mid-strip's done?
Once you stow your PGT, you can release the ret from the lower strut, and then with that grounding pit pin installed, you can install the MLI over the lower strut clevis. And after that, you'll be working on the right mid-strut. Koichi, you may also want to tend that PGT over to the other side so you can easily reach it once you get over there.
Okay, copy that. How's it going, Duke?
Good, I'm just getting this MLI tidied up here.
Okay, great. Okay. Torque wrench is attached to the silver PGT, and I'm going to translate to the other side.
Copy that. And Duke, for you, also just make sure that the ret has been released from the lower strut.
Ret is released from the lower strut.
Copy, thanks.
For those following along, the duo are now wrapping up after successfully driving the bolts to install the lower right strut. So they're just doing some cleanup work right now and just making sure the multi-layer insulation is covering the parts that they were working on. And they're going to now grab the next component for installation, which is the middle strut. Here's a graphic. You can see the lower strut on the right of this graphic. That's the one they just installed. The mid strut goes really to the middle of the mast canister. That's coming up next.
You'll be getting in place to install the side pad on that mast canister.
Okay. Copy that.
And Koichi, once you're in place, I can preemptively give you some PGT settings for those bolts.
Okay.
Okay, MLI is on M20, and I'm going to get the mid-strip.
Great work, Duke.
then I can translate on this canister long handrail, right, to go up to the mid-strut area.
Affirm, Koichi.
Okay.
You know when you're ready for me to pass it.
Okay, so I need to have some DOT here.
Yep, once Koichi's in a good position to receive, Duke, you will pass that mid-strut with the side pad toward Koichi.
Hey, thank you for waiting. And I am ready to receive it now.
Okay. Just be careful your safety settings.
Okay, I see you.
Okay.
It's just running on your right, and I watching it.
Okay.
All right, keep coming. Okay, keep coming.
Nice work, guys. Koichi, as you receive it, just check that the arrow is pointing up, and you'll ultimately be engaging the left side first, and then pressing in on the right side.
Copy that. Arrow is up, and engaging left side first, and then right side is in.
Great job. When you're ready, I'll have PGT settings for you. And we're coming up on a quick handover in about 2 minutes. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, I'm ready to copy the PGT settings.
Koichi, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Okay, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And Duke, I will also have PGT settings for you once you're ready.
Okay, I think I'll start with the and turn first.
Copy, no problem. Your next steps once Koichi has... Yeah, exactly. You'll be waiting on him to start 2 turns on M9 through M12, but then you will go to torque on M24.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Alpha 2 set, the clockwise 2 set for at 19 to 12, 2 turns.
Those are good words, Koichi. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, starting in 9. Two turns on M9.
Copy 2 on M9.
Complete.
This is the helmet camera view of Koichi Wakata. He's on the mass canister.
From the mini workstation. So let me reconfigure that. Can you see that?
Say again?
Duke, can you...
Now another handover of some of the video we're receiving from orbit. As a refresher, we're currently installing the mid-strut on the right side for this mounting platform. Koichi Wakata was working on the mast canister side, so if you see the side pad on the right from this graphic, he's working on driving the bolts on that side.
With you after a quick handover.
Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, is still in the portable foot restraint. She's on the right side, so she'll be soon driving the bolts over there to attach the mid-strut to the mounting platform.
I need to go back to, I think, Duke to put it back. Oh, can you guide me to put it back in?
Yeah, I think so. I can try to talk you onto it if you want to take it off station. If not, we can work together to get it back on.
Okay, let's try that. Could you GCAD?
Yeah.
All right.
So is it loosen the ball stock all the way?
Ball stock is loose.
And then if you pull it in front of you so that you can get the correct original orientation. Is it if I put 2 turns on M24 or 1 turn just so it stays put?
Checking, Duke.
Okay.
So if you pull it in front of you and get it in the kind of the correct orientation, then I'll help you kind of fly it in.
I really don't see the interface. So.
Yeah, not the interface. Just hold it in front of you and have it lined up like in the correct orientation. Like way in front.
I simply do not see any interface.
Can you pull it in front of you? Or I guess maybe not because of the tether.
Right.
Okay. So it needs to rotate. The end that's towards you needs to rotate down 90 degrees. I think we might need to come together.
Is that in a good orientation now?
Hey guys, our recommendation, Koichi, if you have a decent reach to put 2 additional turns on the rest of those bolts, M10, 11, and 12, without your BRT, go ahead and do that, and then we can have Duke put 2 turns on her end and come help you with the BRT.
Okay, sounds good. I will just continue with the 2 turns, and after that we'll get to Duke's for the BIT. So I'm working on M10 for 2 turns. Two turns on M10.
Copy, 2
Working
on
on
M10.
M11. Two turns on M11. Complete.
Copy, Koichi.
Working on M12. Two turns on M12 complete.
Okay, copy, Koichi. With that, Duke, you can go ahead and put a couple turns on your end. And actually, Duke, let's just have you go to torque as planned. So your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, I have 1 turn by hand. Go to PGT.
With that, Zena, can I translate to Duke for BIT fix?
Stand by, Koichi. If you can, let's have you go to torque since this is an alpha setting on your PGT. So we're expecting an additional...
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, more than 3 additional turns on these, expecting 5 to 10 turns total on M9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, copy that.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Duke. You'll be going about 6.5 to 9 turns on M24, looking for black line flash.
So once again, the 2 astronauts working in tandem.
And big picture,
Duke on the left side, you see her driving the bolts towards the bracket, and then
back together. So we want to just run the procedure, and then we'll have Koichi come to Duke in order to work together for his BRT.
Copy that.
Copy 7.5 turns, green light, 11.8 on the torque.
Copy 7.5 turns, 11.8 on the torque, green light, looking for black line flush.
Yes, black line flush.
Copy. Duke, you can stow your PGT and install the mid-strut pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket.
Now let me know when I can torque M9 through 12.
Yeah, affirm your go to do that, Koichi, M9 through M12.
Okay. Okay, that's Alpha 2, clockwise 2. And did you say how many turns?
Good settings, and it'll be more than 3 additional turns. We're looking for 5 to 10 total, going to torque.
Copy that. Work.
Okay, Nina, pit pin is installed.
Perfect. You can install the MLI over M13 and M14. Check that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear. After that, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Okay, 4 turns complete. I got a green light, and the torque is 3.6.
Copy. 4 additional turns, green light, 3.6 on the torque for M9.
We working on M10.
Okay, Nina, I'm going to have to get that MLI when I do the Strut MLI. It's just outside of my reach here.
Copy, Duke. No problem. We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
M10, 5 turns complete. 3.8 foot-pounds.
Copy. 5 turns, 3.8 foot-pounds, green light, and which bolt was that, Koichi?
It was M10.
Copy, M10. Thank you.
Okay. Working on the M11 now.
Gonna have the baseline gloves. Look good. Gauntlets are covered.
Copy, Duke. Thanks.
M11, 5.5 turns complete. 3.6 foot-pounds. I I got a green light.
Copy, 5.5 additional, green light, 3.6 on M11.
Working on M12.
Duke, next steps for you will be to...
Additional 4 turns complete.
Copy, 4
Additional 4 turns complete on M12, 3.6 sit down.
Copy.
I got a green light.
Copy, 4 turns, green light, 3.6 on M12. And for Duke, you can egress the APFR, and then we'll have you work to roll the APFR.
I think I need to get the ret off of the mid.
Checking, Duke.
Might be our ret.
Yeah, Duke, if you can reach that, you can release the ret from that one, but we're assuming you're probably not going to be able to reach it, so that'll be a step for Koichi once he stows his PGT, which, Koichi, you can do now.
Okay, say again, Zena.
Koichi, you can stow your PGT, and next release the ret, Duke's ret, from the mid-strut.
Okay, copy that. PGT stowed. Okay, I'm going to release this on Duke.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here you go.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, it's released.
So with that completes driving the bolts on the mid-strut on the right side. Now the two will work to make sure the multi-layer insulation, that white cover, is secured. Duke has to go ahead to get out of the foot restraint and start working on re-angling it so they can work on the left side. They're going to do the same thing. So they're going to start with the lower strut that goes to the base of the mass canister and then complete the mid-strut. They'll just do the same thing really on the opposite side of the mass canister, but they're just wrapping up the work on the mid-strut as we speak.
With that, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Okay, gloves are good, and have this baseline.
Copy, and I see your gauntlets are down. And Duke, big picture, when you're ready to egress that APFR, we'll have you roll to access the left side.
Okay, I'm egressed, and I'm going to adjust the roll now.
Perfect. This is going to be roll of hotel.
Zena, meanwhile, can I go back to the strut bag?
Affirm, Koichi, and take your BRT with you.
Okay, see that.
Koichi, as you come down, your safety tether, I think, might be tangled on my leg, so we need to take a look at that.
Okay, let me check that. When I come down, I will take a look.
Copy. Oh, no, it's a spot. You're good.
Looks like it's cleared. Nice work.
Right.
And hey, Duke, for your say, we've got a really good camera view here. Those cables were snagging on the ingress aid, but it looks like it's clear now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, the cables are off. Gotcha. Okay, enter firm. I'm going to hotel.
Hey, firm, hotel.
Okay, hotel is set.
Copy. And I think now is a good time to work on the BRT.
Sounds good. So, let me local here.
Okay, Koichi. That's a good position there.
Yeah, can you? Yep, is it good?
Yep. Koichi, can you put your hands, this hand out so I can hold on to it?
Like this?
There you go. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
And hey, guys, before you fully install that BRT, we've got the D-ring extender going through the loop of the BRT, so just make sure that that's clear. And
I think it'll be easy to clean once he releases the BRT from his
totally, that's a good plan.
mini workstation.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's great.
Okay. Okay, so I've got it lined up, but I still see a gap. It goes flush, right? See if I can lock it and give it a full test.
Okay.
It
I'll do
doesn't
that.
look flush, just to confirm what you said, Duke.
Yeah, but it's locked, and I'm giving it a good pull test. So
Okay.
you can see it in the hacker. Gotta make sure that's expected.
Yeah,
If the tab is up,
Copy.
and I'm pulling on it.
I didn't get a good view of the gap, but if you've got the tab up and a good pull test, I think that's likely a good config. Let me confirm.
Okay.
Yeah, ground is happy with that
Thanks,
config.
Duke.
Yeah.
And yeah, now might be a good time
Okay.
to just get the BRT on the correct side of the D-ring extender.
Okay, so you just released the jaws.
Okay, let me.
Energy, come over.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice work, guys.
Oh, the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Duke. Appreciate it. Okay. So we can continue with the left
Exactly.
side.
That's right. So next steps will be getting the left mid strut from straps 9 and 10. Koichi, you'll pass that left mid strut to Duke.
Okay.
And guys, big picture, we've got a small win in that the MEDOX limiting reagent is continuing to look better and better, so we're looking at about a PET of 7 hours now as our limiting consumable. We're still about 45 minutes to an hour down on the timeline, so no changes there since the last update.
Copy that. So right back to you.
This is I need the, yeah, this is the right one. Okay, let me get back over.
Periodically throughout the spacewalk, you'll hear reports of limiting consumables. Of course, the spacesuits have the portable life support, so it's all contained within the spacesuit, and they measure these limiting consumables. That MEDOX that's referred to as the carbon scrubbing capability. Every time the crew members exhale, there is a system that is currently pulling that carbon dioxide from the environment inside the suit. It's trending in a good direction, which means that if needed, the crew members can use a little extra time at the back end of this spacewalk, up to 7 hours total for the duration of the spacewalk if needed.
Lower strap, next.
A-firm, left lower from straps 5 and 6. And then Duke, you can ingress the APFR once that's stowed on your BRT.
Sorry, Koichi, the Strut is still right above your head here.
Okay.
Let me get it out of your way.
Okay.
Copy you both, and of course, feel free to use some teamwork for APFR ingress. Koichi, you can leave that partially stowed in the strut bag if that helps tend it while Duke gets in the APFR.
Okay, copy that. Are you ready to ingress?
Let's see, hold on, I'm just getting this on my BRT here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on my BRT.
All right, look. Let me go to that. Yeah, when you're about to ingress, I'll go there. Oh, looks good. Let me go. All right, good. a little bit to your right. Position is good. Heel down, further heel down.
Is my toe still in, Koichi?
Toes are not. Toes are, the left side is up. Position is good. Further, you have to put the heel down further, and then position is good. Put the toes in forward, and then that's good. And the left side position is good. Left side. Oh, okay. Further. Okay, good. Good. Keep going forward. Yeah, that's good. Position is good. Okay, left, right side position is good. Yeah, toe forward, toe forward. Okay, and now we can slide both heels. Heel down, left heel down, further down. Heel only. Now slide your left heel to your left. That's good, you're in.
We're getting a great view from the high-definition helmet camera of Koichi Wakata, who's guiding his spacewalking crewmate Nicole Mann, callsign Duke, through the ingress process of the APFR, the portable foot restraint. And so we're seeing up close how the heels actually ingress into the portable foot restraint for it to lock the astronaut into place so that they can access the work site.
Heel down, further heel down. Little more heel down. Okay, now you're in. Okay, slide. That's good. You're in.
Awesome. Thank you, Koichi.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome teamwork, guys. Looking really good.
Okay, now I'm going to hand you the left strut. And go back to the strut there.
That's perfect. Koichi, you'll be
Maybe
passing
I
that
can do it
strut
from here.
to Duke with the clevis end toward her.
Copy.
And Duke, you'll tuck that ingress aid, and then you'll be reading to the handrail nearest the clevis.
Okay, Duke, it's coming from your right side.
I see it.
Can you see it?
Yeah, almost got it.
Okay.
Okay, I have the control.
Oh, you have the control. And it's still redded here, so.
Okay, stand by.
Okay.
There's that handoff. We're really just repeating the process that we saw on the other side.
See, I'm right into it. You can
On the right side, we're repeating the same process on the left. Lower strut first, and secure it with bolts to the mounting bracket that you see from the view of Duke's helmet camera, and then from Koichi's, he'll install the lower bracket on the base of the mass canister. So that'll be the first steps.
Koichi,
Same thing we saw on the right side, we're doing on the
you
left.
can translate to the left sob spherical bearing.
Copy that.
And Koichi, you'll be going outboard and then across the IEA via the PVR GF handrails, and we recommend fair leading to keep your tether off of the BGA.
Understand the long translation there. Okay. Safety tether is still good.
Copy. Duke, I can give you PGT settings for when you are eventually driving the M22 Bolt.
Okay, go ahead.
That'll be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Big picture for this one. Once he starts it, I start mine, and then I have to wait for it to torque before I torque, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So he'll start his.
Okay.
You'll do 2 turns, wait for him to torque, and then you can torque.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna lead here.
Great work, Koichi. When you get there, we'll be looking for the left sob spherical bearing alignment.
Copy that.
And Duke, just to start thinking about it, in between those first 2 turns that you put on M22, and then while you're waiting for Koichi's bolt to be torqued, you can start the left side Aerospace cable routing.
Okay.
Okay. That should. At first, I don't cross the safety tether with yours. That's okay, right?
Again?
At first, our safety tethers do not cross. That should be okay, right?
Yeah, they don't cross. Yours are on the back side of the A-frame, so...
And then, as far as the fair leading, I'm going back. I mean, I went around the grapple fixture side, so it's still clear from BGA and from...
yeah, I don't think it'll touch the BGA.
Right, okay, so I'm going to continue to translate.
Copy. As long as it's off the BGA, we're happy.
Okay, great. Okay, I have to go down.
the duo continuing to work on that lower left strut. You can see Duke in place, ingressed into the foot restraint, ready to go as soon as Koichi Wakata gets into place. We're now entering a handover, so we're losing communications temporarily, and we will regain it soon. We're also entering into an orbital nighttime, so you saw sort of the lighting change just a bit. Depending on the length of this handover, we might come back into an orbital nighttime, in which case we'll have the external lights on the outside of the space station illuminating their work site, and then of course the helmet cameras on the helmets on the spacesuits themselves have lighting that allow the duo to continue their work installing these struts. There are no lighting or thermal constraints when it comes to the installation process. Sometimes astronauts have to pause during various lighting and thermal conditions, depending on the work that they're doing, but we'll see Duke and Koichi together continuing the process nonstop through their installing this mod kit.
To get the lower strut.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. Just to confirm, the sob spherical bearing had a good alignment.
Spherical bearing has good alignment.
Perfect. And for that M21 end, you can hand start that, or I can give you PGT settings with the silver PGT from the WIFX handrail.
Okay, could you give me the PGT settings?
You bet. That'll be Alpha 1, clockwise 1, and looking for approximately 4 turns.
Oh. Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise 1, 4 turns.
Good readback.
Ready for it?
Just above it, let me position myself and spot. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, keep coming down. Stay there. Okay, you bring it closer to the
Okay, yeah, give me 1 second, sir.
Okay.
Good. Okay, you got it?
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, keep coming.
Let me know if they need a different alignment.
It's good. It's a good alignment, so. Could you come to your left a little bit? Okay, that's good. Okay, and so I'm going to start. Okay, 4 turns complete.
Okay, I'm going to get a couple turns here.
Okay.
Copy, 4 turns complete, and that's right, Duke. You can start M22.
M21, 4 turns complete.
Copy that, Koichi. And Duke, before you start M22, just make sure the pit pin lanyard is free of the clevis. Then you can hand start or PGT. You're just starting with 2 turns.
All right. Get my right part out for reach here.
Okay. Exit, I'm ready for the setting after Duke starts.
This is clear. I'm working on getting the bolt started.
Okay.
Copy both of you. Koichi, it'll be Bravo 7, clockwise 2, but as you know, we are waiting for M21 to be driven 2 turns before you can start.
Copy that. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Did I have Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set?
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set, and 2 turns on M22. So with that, Koichi, you can drive M21 to torque. This will be an additional 10.5 to 11
I have not done
turns.
any turns. I have not done the turns yet.
Copy, Duke. Thank you.
Okay.
Stand by, Koichi.
Stand by, Koichi.
Okay, 75. Copy.
So Duke, Nicole, Mann is at the...
2 turns on M22.
Copy, 2 turns, and just to make sure, do you have the pit pin clear of the clevis?
From pit pin was clear.
Copy. Okay, now Koichi, you can go. This is 10.5 to 11 turns going to torque on M21.
So recap, the 2 astronauts are on the 2 ends of the lower strut. Nicole Mann towards the mounting bracket. She's got the pistol grip tool so she can secure it to the mounting bracket. And again, Koichi Wakata is at the base of the mass canister at the other end of that strut, also with his own pistol grip tool. So they're just bolting both sides of the strut to make sure it's secured in place. It's going to go to the lower strut on the left, and then they'll work together on the mid strut next.
Lower strut with 3 twists.
Copy.
Okay, I got 5 turns and then got a green light, but this is far away from the block line flush.
Okay, copy, 5 turns. We are expecting to use the torque wrench for this. So you'll be swapping the 2-inch rigid from the silver PGT to the torque wrench with a good pull test, and then we'll continue driving M21.
Okay. But, it's not on the right side. When I talked out on the torque PGT, it was pretty close to the block line flush. But now I see in order to get the block line flush, it's probably about
Koichi, stand by. Yeah, Koichi, we will have you switch to the torque wrench. It will get there all the way with the torque wrench. I know that's going to take more turns. If you want to stand by just a moment, let me ask and see if we can make another plan.
Okay, copy that. Okay, copy that.
All right, Koichi, we will have you switch to the torque wrench. So we're expecting more turns than you had to do on the other side.
Okay.
But this will get us to the correct torque and correct alignment with that bearing.
Copy that.
So switch the 2-inch rigid to the torque wrench with a good pull test.
Okay, copy that. Okay. Copy that. Teamwork.
You know, I've got the left cable to the left strut with 3 twists.
Really nice work, Duke. That's great. And now, once we've got M21 to torque with the torque wrench, you'll be back at M22. So stand by for M21. Duke, you can also go ahead and install that grounding pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket.
Grounding pit pin's installed.
Copy.
Okay, socket swap to the torque wrench. Good pull test.
Copy, good pull test. Next, you'll drive M21 to torque with that torque wrench, going to full torque so that the torque wrench breaks over twice. It's 14 to 15 turns total, so we're expecting 9 or 10 additional turns with the torque wrench.
Copy that. Okay, copy that. Teamwork.
Godspeed. I know that's a lot of turns.
I need it.
As a quick overview of installing these struts, with the astronauts at both ends of the strut, they alternate driving the bolts. So it was Koichi Wakata who started with his pistol grip tool. Once he was done, it went back to Nicole Mann. Now it's back to Koichi Wakata, and then Nicole Mann will do it again. There's only one bolt, but they just address that same bolt 2 times while alternating. Part of the procedure is to just to avoid anything like stripping or anything like that. So right now you see Koichi Wakata using that torque wrench, and that's really just to make sure it's super secure. He's also going to do a pull test, just a quick tug, just to make sure there's no wiggle and it's truly installed. And so they'll continue to alternate. Nicole Mann has one more time has to address that bolt on the top side next to the mounting bracket, and then they'll wrap up with the multi-layer insulation, making sure it looks good before getting to the left mid strut, and that'll be the last component of the of installing the mounting bracket before they go around and secure the MLI and address any last-minute items, but that's the last component needed for installation.
CV2 TCB is 3.
About 4 turns now. You're almost there. Okay. And Zena, did you got twice break over?
Koichi, you're coming in a little broken there. Will you say again the turns?
And twice break over, I south twice, and then the visual twice. And then black light flash, and I'm looking at us.
Okay, copy black line flush, and the torque wrench broke over twice. We'll look for no gap between the strut boss and bearing, and a good wiggle test. And I was unable to copy the total number of additional turns that you added.
Five turns with the torque wrench, and I don't know if you camera view, I see gap between the strut boss and the spherical bearing.
Okay, Koichi, we hear you see a gap between the boss and bearing, and copied 5 turns.
Yes.
Okay, Koichi, stand by 1 while we talk about that.
Copy.
right now both of the astronauts just pausing, taking a moment to relax as they wait for ground teams to assess their work with the bolts on this particular lower strut, determining if it was appropriate for and if the mounting bracket itself and the mounting platform really is in a good configuration before they proceed on to the next steps.
Okay, Koichi, we've talked it over. I know you will love this. You get to use the torque wrench even more. What we're going to have you do is continue going until the torque wrench breaks over and then keep going. So this will add extra torque. See if you can get that bolt to move any further and just keep us posted.
Okay. So it will break over at 60 pounds, and then can I keep torquing?
A-firm, yep, it's going to break over, and as it breaks over, just keep applying torque.
Copy that.
Koichi, ideally we're looking for one additional turn. Let us know if it starts to move at all.
Okay.
And meanwhile, Duke, we're checking to see if you can start M22 in this configuration, but stand by for now.
Copy.
Duke, you will be able to start this M22, driving M22 to torque. That'll be an additional 5 to 7 turns. You should have that PGT set to Bravo 1, clockwise 2 already. Looking for black line flush.
Copy. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Hey, Koichi, we're watching your camera view here. It looks like it's not moving as you apply more torque. Is that correct?
I concur. Yeah, I concur. It doesn't have any sign of moving.
Okay, Koichi.
We're at 22, 6.5 turns, green light, 11.9.
Okay, copy. 6.5 turns, green light, 11.9 on the torque for M22. Duke, we also want black line flush. After that, you can stow your PGT. And then, Koichi, we didn't have a great view of that boss and boss bearing, just to make sure if you can take another look at it, see if you can get eyes on. I know it's dark, and make sure that we're looking at the boss-to-boss bearing clearance as opposed to the pad itself from structure, and also take a wiggle test.
Okay. a heck of view now?
We don't have a great view of it, so we'll trust your eyes in person there. And just looking for the gap between the boss and bearing, see if it's changed at all.
Actually, Zena, just looking at the view, there's no change in the last, attempt, to torque it down toward the braking torque value. And as a matter of fact, with this, helmet light, I really do not see the spherical bearing side, because the spherical bearing is dark or it's black, and it's really dark, and I cannot tell if it's a shadow or bearing. And on the strut boss side to the spherical bearing, it looks like the gap is small or almost gone, but with this lighting condition, I cannot confirm. Probably what you see is what I'm seeing.
Okay, copy that, Koichi, and we'll have a quick handover coming up here in a couple seconds. If you can do a wiggle test just to see if the boss and boss bearing move together. And then, Duke, for you, you can install the lower strut MLI around the clevis, understanding you've got that pit pin installed already.
M22 is slack line flush, working on MLI.
Perfect, and you can also release your
the wiggle test and the boss and the bearing seems to be working together.
Copy, Koichi.
Now it looks like the alignment is good, but in this lighting condition, it's really difficult to see how much gap we have between the strut boss and the spherical bearing.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll talk about that for just a couple seconds here.
Okay.
And we've got a quick handover coming in 20 seconds here, but we'll have you just install the MLI on the lower strut pad, Koichi.
Copy that. It worked.
I confirm I can release my rack.
Affirm, Duke.
Now in another handover period, we temporarily lost video from the International Space Station. Once again, we expect a very short handover, and we'll be getting some of that video soon. But a quick look here in Mission Control Houston, it's these teams that you're looking at that are guiding the
Great work, guys.
two astronauts through their procedures today. From here in the room, they're working hard to get through the procedures and understand the next steps and guide both Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata through today's spacewalk.
Copy, Koichi. I see that in your heck of view. Big picture, we'll be probably trying to come back to this in better lighting conditions so we can get good eyes on. Meanwhile, we'll work on that left mid-strut.
Copy that. Okay. And Zena, can I just leave the torque wrench in the PGT, green PGT here in this area?
Affirm, Koichi. Duke, bigger picture, next couple of steps for you. You'll be extending that mid-strut toward Koichi and Then you'll be driving M28 to torque after Koichi gets his side installed. If you want, I can give you PGT settings, or we can hold off.
Okay, I think it remains the same with the Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Affirm.
Okay. Ricky, are you going to let that PGT and ratchet go back, or you're going to leave it there?
I'm going to leave it there for now.
Okay.
Torque wrench, right?
Okay.
Okay, torque wrench and the ratchet will remain here. The PGT.
Copy, Koichi. You can translate to the left side pad installation location, and once you're there, check that your safer handles are down.
Copy that. Me. Check the tether config of the PGT and then torque wrench. Good.
It looks like they came back to the WIFX, just so you know.
That's okay.
Okay.
Okay, then I'm going to translate the Strut area. Okay, Duke, I'm in a good place.
Okay.
Nice work, guys. And Koichi, if you could just check that your safer handles are down as well. And then Duke, you can extend the strut to Koichi.
Do you have an eye on my safer handles?
Let's see, if you move your right hand up,
Right hand up.
can you swing your PGT forward? Yeah, your right saber handle is down.
Okay, that's good. Okay, safer handle is down.
Copy. Thanks so much, Koichi.
And then the left side.
Left side, yes, is down.
Okay, good. Okay, great. Thank you, Duke. Because the safer handles are down.
Copy. We appreciate it. All right. For that mast canister side pad, just check that the arrow is pointing up. And once you've got it from Duke, engage the right side first, then press in on the left.
See that? Okay, arrow is pointing up. hold it there. Okay, thank you. Okay, right side first. The alignment was not. Okay, try that again. On the right side. Is there a vertical alignment, Zena, on this one?
Checking, Koichi. I think there is a sweet spot that you will need to get it in, but I don't think that there's any marker on it. Let me check.
Okay. Okay. I think it's in the sweet spot now. Can I start with the M1 through M4?
Yeah, you got the side pad engaged?
It is engaged.
Okay, perfect. We'll have PGT settings for you. That's Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2. On the red PGT.
Affirm. And you'll be going 2 turns on each of those bolts.
Each returns.
And hey, Koichi, looks like that side pad has got a mind of its own and popped off there.
Okay. Okay, roger that. Okay, I'll do it again. Okay, Duke, I'm gonna go again. Right side first, okay. Left side in. Like this is in a good hot spot. Okay, clockwise 2. Set Alpha 2 set.
Copy, Koichi.
Take 2 turns on M1. 2 turns on M1.
Copy, Koichi, and stand by. We're seeing a little bit of movement in that side pad. If you could just kind of push on it or give it a little bit of a pull test.
Was not engaged. Is there a soft dock feature to this one?
Affirm, there is a soft dock feature. So if you start from the right side, there's kind of a lip that you have to engage underneath the plate that you're driving the bolts into.
Right.
So see if you can get that hooked
I
first.
understand that.
Yeah, and then press down on the left side.
Okay, I'll try that again. Hey, this time a little get closer to the side pad area. Okay, Duke, can I move it a little further?
Yeah, so that's fully extended there. enough room?
There's enough room, but it seems like it's in the soft dock, but the bolt, at least one bolt did not engage. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, looks like it's in a good spot, but it doesn't go in.
Yeah, Koichi, there's still a little bit of a gap. We have not a great view in your Heka.
I agree. So I'm trying to align it. Somehow it does not go in fully. Looks like this is a hot spot, but it just doesn't go in.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. One thing that might help is having Duke add some leverage on her end. And just to correct one thing that I said earlier, there's not actually a sweet spot vertically in that alignment. The soft dock should work anywhere vertically on that physical structure.
Okay, understood. So this time I will have Duke push in, is that right?
Yeah, have her push it in and towards you.
Right, okay. Can I do that, Duke?
Collapsed again, hold on.
Let me go to a different angle.
Okay, there it is.
All right, there you go.
When you have the right engage, let me know and I'll move my end.
Okay, looks like it's in a good spot. Could you push? It doesn't. Zena, I'm looking at, I don't know if you see this the Heka view, but it just doesn't go in. Looks like it's vertically aligned to me. It's symmetrical on the upper side and lower side. But the left side of the pad does not go in.
Okay, copy all of that, Koichi.
On the,
We've got some troubleshooting steps for you here. If you take it off, you'll want to look on the underside of that side pad, and we're going to have you check that the ball detents, there are two of them on the side pad, check that they can be depressed. You can use the hook on one of your adjustables or a ret.
Okay, let me check. Yeah, they can move. The detents can move.
Copy that, Koichi. Stand by.
It seems to me that the right side does not engage. What I mean?
Okay, Koichi. So on the right side, you'll see there's kind of a tongue on the soft capture mechanism on the side pad.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, so that tongue will have to fit into a gap on the right side. There shouldn't be much of a sweet spot, but just try installing it partially and moving it up and down to see if it will slot into place.
Okay. Say that again.
We'll have you guys try working on this for 5 or 6 more minutes, and then we'll formulate another plan.
Okay.
Is there a spot for that little lift to go into on the right side, Koichi?
This is this soft spot. It looks like it's engaged, but the descent doesn't go in.
Copy, Koichi. I'm wondering if that MLI on the left side is in the way, left or the right side.
Okay, so you want me to remove the MLI and try that?
Yeah, Koichi, if you're able to peel up that MLI a little bit, on the right side there's a gap. Exactly, yep. And we'll just get that out of the way fully.
Then also, the left side is also interfering. The MLI is interfering.
Yeah, I concur with that based on what I've seen in your view. Stand by and we'll figure something out.
Can I? Okay. Okay.
Koichi, you can peel up the left side of the MLI as well and try to get that out of the way.
Okay, copy that. Looks like it's glued on too. No, it is Velcro. Okay.
Nice work, Koichi.
Okay, then let me try to engage this one.
Duke, just checking in. How you doing over there?
Good to go.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, Duke, let's try that again. Unfortunately, no joy.
That looks like a good move that you just did. We'll give it one more try. If you can go up and down with that side pad. And then push in on the left side. If Duke can apply some force as well, give you a little extra leverage.
Could you push in towards me?
I know that telescoping feature is probably not helping you here.
Okay, you can release the force.
Okay.
Okay, could you do it again now?
Okay.
Push it.
And hey,
It just doesn't engage,
also
Gina.
There's the ring on the pit pin at the top, right by where your right hand was just then. See if you can flip that back. Make sure that that's not in the way.
Okay, now it came off. I'll put it back. This ring is not interfering.
Koichi, from this angle, it looks like I don't see the lip for the right side to engage on the back canister.
Okay, let me put back the pit pin because the pit pin is out. Okay.
Come over.
All right, thank you. Further closer. Okay. Okay, pit pin is back in. Okay, let me check that. But if there's enough space or something. Gina, do you have a heck of view?
Not quite,
Of this,
Koichi. You're a little too far to your right. That side pad.
How about now?
Is a little to the
Can
left.
you see that?
Negative, Koichi. We're probably going to have you pull off of this task, and we'll just put this strut back in the bag.
Okay. Copy that.
Do you have a good hacker on mine?
Negative, Duke. What we're going to have you do is compress the mid-strut and put it back on your BRT, and we're going to work a forward plan from here. We'll need to do some rearranging. Koichi, meanwhile, if you could take some pictures of that location, just get the left side and the right side and all angles that you're able to reach.
Copy that. What were you trying to say? Did you say that?
I was just not seeing an area where that lip went into. It just looked different to me.
On this side? There's a flange. There are two flanges on this side. I don't know if if you have Duke's hacker camera, but
yeah, I can see it in
two
here.
flanges pointing at. These flanges is interfering with the side pad.
Yeah, like it doesn't look deep enough to fit this lip. It looks different than
the other side.
Well, it just looks different than I think what maybe what I expect.
Yeah, we copy everything. Quick handover here.
So we're in another handover period, now getting live views from the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. A quick recap, there is a little bit of troubleshooting on that left middle strut. It didn't seem to soft dock properly to that side pad on the mast canister for them to get a really good, secure latch to it and allow them to drive the bolts. So what the teams are deciding to do now is they're going to stow that middle left strut and address the installation at a later date. In the meantime, Koichi Wakata is taking photos to allow the ground teams to assess and troubleshoot and come up with recommendations so they can address it the next time they're out there to install it. But it looks like they'll be just leaving it in the configuration with the upper triangle, the right middle and right lower strut, and then the left lower strut. And then they'll just leave the middle, the left middle strut off for today's installation.
All right, crew, we're back with you.
After you're done taking that.
Big picture here, we're going to wrap up. We need to get into some cleanup steps and get you guys back inside. So what we want you to do is, Duke, you'll compress that mid-strut, put it on your BRT, get it back in the strut bag. That's straps 2 and 3. Koichi, you can close out those pictures, and then we'll be having you help with cleanup as well.
Okay, copy that.
Koichi, before you go, Kuda.
Okay.
You do one here, too?
And then, Duke. One more. Awesome, thank you.
Dean, I have the strut compressed. It's back on my BRT.
Okay.
I'm going to pop out of the APFR.
Copy that, Duke. And once you have that on your BRT, you'll take that back to the strut bag. One other thing we'll want to think about is the right upper strut that still needs the MOI covering M13 and M14. So we'll work a forward plan for that. But if you guys have suggestions based on what you're seeing, let us know.
Okay, what about you want 15 and 16 covered right now, even though we don't have the mid-strut in?
Checking. Yeah, A-firm, Duke.
Okay.
If you can do that
Peter,
easily, that would be great. Go ahead, Koichi.
Yeah, I can get it here.
Can I translate to the strut bag now, or do you want me to do the MMI here?
Koichi, we'll have you do the right upper MLI to cover M13 and M14.
Right upper, okay.
And yeah, you can finish putting that MLI back that you took off there.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
You know, what about right mid? Are you going to want that MLI over the collarbone?
Yes, Duke, we will want the MLI over those collar bolts as well.
Okay, so, Dina, could you say again which MLI I need to work on now?
And hey, Koichi, before you depart, if you can tuck that MLI a little bit better, just make sure that everything's covered there.
See that? But it was like that though. As you can see, this brown color Velcro was already exposed. So I think this is the initial condition.
We copy, Koichi, concur with that. You can head to the right upper strut, work on the MLI on M13, M14.
Copy that. So to go to the right upper strut, which translation path can I take?
Koichi, we'll have you just backtrack the way that you got there in the first place. Just go back around.
Right, oh, excuse me, not the left, the right side. Okay, copy that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the right side. Yep. So.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I thought it was the left side. Okay, copy that.
So, Zena, do you want me to roll this APFR over so I can get when he unrolls the MLI on the right side, I can grab it? Or you're going to have him translate on the right mid-strut?
Checking, Duke. Duke, let's have you prioritize stowing that mid-strut back in the strut bag.
Copy.
Okay, Zeno, the NLIs that you want me to work on is the cover bolts one?
Affirm, Koichi, great work.
Copy that.
And Duke, for you, for that mid-strut back in the strut bag, that'll be straps 2 and 3 ideally.
Copy.
So, Zeno, can I just cover those M13 and 14 bolts, excuse me, the M24 bolts on this NLI?
Yeah, Koichi, we need the whole strut to be covered with MLI.
Copy that.
So a quick recap, Wakata and Mann both working in tandem for cleaning up their work site. Mann is working on putting that left middle strut back in the strut bag and stowing it to be installed at a later date. And Wakata is over on the right strut side, working on the multi-layer insulation and making sure that the insulation is covering some of the bolts that they were working on today.
Koichi, once you get that MLI
And these are both
over M13
closeout duties.
You'll also want to install 2 wire ties on the telescoping end.
Okay, copy that.
And Duke, for you, after you get that mid-strut stowed, we'll want you to translate to the APFR and grab the PGT and torque wrench. And just big picture awareness for you guys, right now we're at 5.5 hours PET. Our limiting consumable is still MEDOX, but we've got a little over 7 hours of PET time there. So we just want you guys to get everything in a good config to leave it. We'll be coming back out for this mod kit, but we'll be into cleanup and then getting you guys back inside.
Okay, copy that, Zeno. This NLI, does NLI that covers the M24, does it go first, or does the NLI that covers the M13 and 14 goes first? Or the order doesn't matter?
There's no specified order, Koichi.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting the strut in the middle of the bag, towards the end where it came out. I think that might be a little more symmetrical would be better. Do you agree?
I like that plan, Duke. And then, Duke, while you're there, actually, before we have you grabbing that PGT and torque wrench from the APFR, we'll have you just bundle up that strut bag as low profile as possible, so kind of burrito it around that strut.
Okay, so the PGT and the torque wrench, they were going to go back in the cable bag still?
Yeah, they'll be going back in the cable bag eventually.
Okay.
Same with the GoPro and mutt end effector. Duke, for that strut, whatever works best for you, you really only need one of those straps. Add another one if it helps hold it in place for bundling ops, but it doesn't need to be pretty. Just bag it up.
Okay. Got it. So I've got it routed to the bag, Gina.
Copy, Duke. That sounds great. Koichi, you can add a wire tie right where your hand just was to help keep that flap closed.
Okay. So two wire ties here, right?
Affirm.
See that? It works. Gina, are you okay if I don't feed this Velcro through these little C-rings?
Affirm,
I might
Duke.
just use two straps to Velcro it down.
Yeah, you're good
Okay,
to leave
so
it
it's still
tethered
in
as
there.
you have it. That's totally fine.
Okay.
And I think we're actually going to have you leave this strut bag as is and have you go work tool gather for the cable bag. But stand by one, let me clarify.
Okay. Try to get a lid down while you're talking about it. Gina, two wire ties between the color bolt and the M24, correct?
Copy, Koichi. That looks great. That's in a good spot.
Okay. A three twists here. And Gina, another one, right? Close to the color bolt.
Yeah, you'll be exactly that.
Okay. You need inventory of this bag, or were you able to see everything on the Hecka?
No, we've been watching on Hecka, Duke. I think with that, we will have you leave the strut bag.
Down,
Copy.
and then let me get Delta since I got it in my hands here.
Okay, copy. That is great.
Okay, Alpha and Delta are strapped at least.
That looks great, Duke. With that, we can have you translate to the APFR. You'll retrieve the PGT and torque wrench, and then bring those to the cable bag and stow them in the cable bag.
Copy.
Is this a good spot for the second wire tie?
That looks great, Koichi. With that, you can finish up there. We'll have you translate to the strut bag. You're going to be finishing folding the strut bag, make it low profile enough for you to take it back inside. You'll be stowing it on your BRT and then translating to the anchor hooks.
Okay.
Okay, Koichi, I'm right beneath you.
Okay, copy that.
And your tether is above me right now. So.
Okay. Let me finish this up, and then I'll translate down so that I can be clear.
I need to, I don't want to crisscross with you. I just need to grab this PRGT and this
okay.
ratchet, and then I'm going to be outboard or inboard of you, so.
Okay, I will stay here then until you clear.
Okay.
Yeah, then it should be good.
We like that plan.
Do you see my safety tether? It looks like it was kind of routing.
Your safety tether
Not
is on
along
the
stage
left.
1. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's yeah, I see your safety tether. And then, shit. It should be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just stay here until you're clear of the safety tether, of my safety tether.
Okay, I've got a red on the ratchet, and I see the ratchet is redded to the PGT, so I'm going to release it.
Okay.
Copy, Duke. And as you pitched forward just then, Koichi's safety tether went between your legs, so just be aware of that. It's clear now, but it's in the zone.
Okay. I am marking. All right, then with that, I will translate.
Not yet, Koichi. I'm still here.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah, so I will stay here.
I need to go inboard, though, just so you know.
Yeah, right. And I will start translating.
Okay, I've got it. I'm moving.
Copy. And Duke, if you can reach it, just fold that ingress aid down so that we can leave the APFR in place.
We're going to leave it, okay? And I did roll it back to Foxtrot just for your bookkeeping.
Okay, copy. We'll track that. And Duke, we can either have you fold that ingress aid down or Koichi. We'll leave it up to you.
I could do that.
Okay, I think I'm right here, so let's just... Okay, it's collapsed and folded down.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi, just trend yourself toward the mass canister so you're not translating on that mod kit.
Copy that.
Hi, Koichi, am I clear at your safety center?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
So a quick review, the two astronauts, Nicole, Mann and Koichi Wakata, out at the outside of the International Space Station have installed several of the struts needed to construct the modification kit on the 1A channel. They were not able to successfully install the left middle strut. The side pad on the mast canister did not engage properly, so right now they're working on cleanup steps. They're stowing a lot of their tools, and including the left middle strut, and making sure that the multi-layer insulation, that white fabric that surrounds the mounting platform, is in a good configuration and is going to maintain the integrity of the hardware. And once everything looks good, the two will translate or move back to the airlock.
Tend it toward the lower strut there, specifically the left side. We're not sure that it's...
Okay.
Yeah, so the other side from where you are now.
On my left side? Is that the right lower strut you're talking about? Or the left lower strut?
Yeah, sorry, Koichi. That's going to be the left lower, so actually not the area where you are now. You'll be translating to the other side.
Okay. Copy that. I'll go there. Then do I need to translate the around this TV the graphic fixture side, or can I just translate around the GA?
Checking, Koichi.
You can go across the APFR, Koichi.
Yeah, Koichi, unfortunately you'll need to go down and around to the other side and then back up.
Okay, copy that. Just checking.
If you want, you can try to see if you can reach. We just can't have you translating on the mod kit since we don't have the collar bolts torqued.
Right, understand that. But so I can try translate around the BGA, right?
That's great.
Okay, yeah, I can translate this way. Yep. I just could not translate on the mod kit, so I had to go around.
Okay, I was just thinking you could maybe go across the APFR, but...
This is fine, yeah.
Okay.
I have to take that back, Zena. I think I have to translate the original plan.
Copy, Koichi.
Okay, Zena, I'm bundling this kit, this cable bag. Is it going on my BRT?
Stand by, Duke. Duke, first we'll have you grab the mutt end effector with the GoPro, stow that in the cable bag, and then, yes, you will be putting the cable bag on your BRT and getting ready to head in.
Copy.
Zeta, you're talking about this bundle needs to be headed to the handrail just in front of me?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's already wire tied.
Just at the one wire tie on the lower strut, you know, with 3 twists. Same as the right side.
Right.
Yeah. Koichi, big picture, that trunnion pin that your right hand is on right now, we were worried that the cable bundle might snag on that when we go to rotate the BGA, snag on that or on the APFR.
Okay.
So we just want to tend it as close as possible to that lower strut just to make sure that it'll clear.
Okay. All right. Copy that. Then looks like what Dick did is securing one side, so I will tie one more tie around the handrail on the. This is the one alpha left side bundle.
That sounds great, Koichi. Good plan. Just get that big loop of the bundle as close, tight into that left lower strut as possible.
And then do I need to add a wire tie, or can I use this wire tie that already exists?
Yeah, you can use the existing one.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, the mud's back in the bag. And I'm going to bundle it all up. We'll read it back to the bag.
Copy that. Yeah, if you can read it in the bag and then close up the cable bag.
Okay, Zena, that's this existing wire tie in 3 twists to the handrail on the lower strut.
Copy, Koichi. I see that in your HECA view. We'll make sure that everybody agrees, but that looks really good to me. And I'll have some big picture words for you in just a second about our final steps to get you guys ingress.
Okay. Okay.
And Koichi, we'll have you actually add one more wire tie. Looks like the loop of that cable bundle is still hanging down a bit towards that trunnion pin, and we're not convinced that it will clear. If you see that loop that's closest to your right hand on the trunnion pin right now, we just want to get that up and out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I think adding another wire tie is probably the easiest.
Okay, copy that. I will do that.
Yeah, Koichi, I think if you can get a wire tie around that, just like you have your hand doing right now, and then take it up to the tether point on the mounting bracket itself.
Tether point on the mounting, here. You're talking about this?
Affirm.
Okay, and, all right. I have a short wire tie, and might not give me enough length to do that. Agree, Gina? Short wire tie does not give enough length to get there to the tether point.
Yeah, copy that, Koichi. If you're able to just kind of feed it through the tether point, and then the wire tie doesn't necessarily have to loop back onto itself. You could have one twist up top on the tether point and then the other end going down to the cable bundle. I'm not sure that's enough length. Let me work an alternate plan for you just a sec.
Yeah, probably not.
Then I'm going to put this on my BRT and head inboard if you agree.
Duke, let's have you work on the strut bag, see if you can get that any more folded and ready to go for Koichi to eventually put that on his BRT, and then we'll have you head back in.
Copy.
Okay. Zena, can I try to use my short wire tie from this tether point on the mounting bracket?
Affirm. Koichi, I think if you take off the wire tie that you just added a couple steps ago and then move the whole thing up higher.
I did not add
or sorry, the one that was already the existing wire tie, undo it from where you just added twists, and then move the whole bundle further up that lower strut as close to the mounting bracket as possible.
Okay, let me try that.
And see if you can get that wire tie to kind of hug the whole cable bundle to the strut.
Okay.
My cooling is at 6.
Copy 6, Duke. Big picture, guys, we're just shy of 6 hours on PET here. Your limiting consumable still has a little over 7 hours for MEDOX. So you're doing a good job. Keep it up with the cleanup, and we'll get you back inside.
Copy that. So, this is what you're talking about. So I'm going to attach this long wire tie to the mounting bracket tether point. Easy?
Affirm. That's a good plan, Koichi.
A quick review of the work done so far. Right now, the astronauts are doing some cleanup duties during an orbital nighttime. The space station is flying 264 statute miles over Western Europe right now. They're just making sure their work site is in a good configuration so it can be addressed during a future spacewalk. So they're using wire ties to make sure the cables are secure. They're checking the multi-layer insulation, putting their tools away in their respective bags. Just making sure the work site over at the 1A power channel is in a good configuration to leave it so they can schedule a spacewalk at a later time to finish some of the work over here. They started on the construction of the 1A modification kit and they were not able to install that left middle strut They took some photos so the ground teams can assess some of that work and figure out what steps need to be put into place to make sure that they can have a secure attachment of that left strut to the mast canister and the whole fixture that will soon be holding up future IROSA or International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Those set to be delivered to the International Space Station this summer. Again, there are 4 total that are already there on the space station installed and providing power. They were today, during today's spacewalk, we're working on modification kits for 2 power channels.
Koichi, if you could tilt up so that we can see the mounting bracket. Just want to get one last HECA survey here.
Okay.
Koichi, that looks great. We are really happy with that config. With that, you can leave that work site. You'll head back toward Duke and help finish up the strut bag. Eventually, you'll be putting the strut bag on your BRT. She'll lead the translation back in,
Copy that.
and you'll follow back to the anchor hooks and then continue to ingress.
Copy that.
Okay, so I got all 4 straps and they're cinched down. Actually, let me get one more alpha here. Do you want me to try to make it shorter as well? Are you okay with it being long?
Duke, I think it's up to your judgment. Koichi's going to be translating back in with this on his BRT, so we'll leave it to your and Koichi's judgment about what's going to work.
Okay. I think if I could just get like one strap in here from the other end, maybe both ends, I think that'll just help out from small hazard perspective.
Yeah, I like that plan. You will be taking it back into the crew lock with you.
Okay, so Koichi,
Okay.
yeah, you're good, you're headed back. I'm just going to release it. It's still going to be tacked down at the outboard end.
Tacked down, okay. So just one location? Or?
We'll see how far I get before you get here.
Okay. All right.
It's got 2 locations.
Okay. All right. I'll translate towards you now.
Koichi, if you also have good eyes on your safety tether, we just want to make sure that it's not going back around the mast canister and that you'll be good to head inboard from where you are.
I did not go, safety tether is with me, and I'm going outboard to this PD grapple fixture area, so it's clear from the DGA.
Copy, Koichi. Okay, Duke, once you have that bag in a good config to hand off to Koichi, we'll have you start heading inboard. If it helps to both be there together while Koichi puts it on his BRT, let us know, but we'd like to prioritize just getting you headed back inboard. We'll get that strut bag on Koichi's BRT, and he'll follow you in.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look pretty, but it's, I think it's going to be small enough that it won't give him a problem. We can pack down in one location.
Okay, is that on the outboard side?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So the nearest you, it's got one integrated tether.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to head inboard and grab the cable bag.
Copy that. Sounds great.
And I got your, let me just, before you go more, I have your tether packs here, so let me just get out of your way so I don't get tangled.
Okay, I stay here, so.
We copy all. We'll also take a glove and hap check from both of you.
Okay, ED1. Gloves are good. Happy spaceline. And my gauntlets are down.
And I'll get it in a second, Tina.
Copy Koichi and copy Duke. We're about a minute from a quick handover.
Copy that.
My hap is baseline. My gloves look good and my gauntlets are down.
Copy all.
Now in another brief handover period, losing that video from the International Space Station. We'll be regaining it shortly. Right now, Wakata and Mann are both still at the work site where they've been for the past couple of hours. Now 6 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. They've wrapped up their cleanup duties, really just taking those last tools and making sure they're stowed, or in the case of the strut bag, attached to their body restraint tether so they can tow it back with them. But the main objective now is to get back to the airlock. They're going to get back into the crew lock of the airlock. This is where they'll close the hatch and repressurize to 14.7 psi, the pressure of the International Space Station, and get back inside.
Ready to the strut bag.
Copy, Koichi. That's great news. You can start following Duke back in.
Okay. After, yeah, I'll follow Duke, and then I'll try to...
And I'm still here, Koichi. I've got the bag. I'm getting it on my BRT right now.
Right, I see you, and I'll wait for you. Oh, strut bag is really long. And it was heavy when you translated it. So.
We copy that. And Koichi, a reminder, you'll be going inboard toward those anchor hooks. They're nadir of the Cedar cart.
Copy that.
Okay, I've got the bag on my BRT. Let me just get it tightened down, and then I'll move.
Okay.
Koichi, do you have eyes on your safety tether? Are you clear? Is it clear of me?
It's in front of you. Can you see that?
Okay, but it's not tangled on anything.
It's not tangled. It's in front of you.
Okay.
It's running through your media workstation area.
Okay, I'll just watch it as I go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm headed out.
Okay, I'll follow you. Okay, looks like thing is fast here.
Okay, grabbing my local here.
Okay. Okay, I'll just follow you.
And I'm back at the anchors there, Koichi.
Okay, copy that. I am now behind you.
Koichi.
Yeah.
Can you pause right there, take a look at our feathers?
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, you guys are catching exactly what we think we see, which is pretty sure Duke's safety tether is hung up. I think Koichi will be able to clear it for you so that you don't have to go back outboard, Duke. And just a reminder for Koichi, you'll be pausing at those anchor hooks until Duke is safe in the airlock.
Okay, copy that. So let me clear that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go there. Okay, should be clear now.
All right, let's see. Sophia, in front of me, if you look,
Okay. Okay, so let me clear that. Okay. All right. So
let me think I'm a little bit outboard because my tether pack is right here, and so it's not.
Okay. Okay. And then this tether is going through your mini workstation. So let me clear that. Let me. Could you hold on to the structure?
Let me put a local down real quick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have also locals, but it's good to have two locals. Okay, great. Then let me try to clear that. Okay.
Okay. So that.
And this is
your safety tether, yes?
Yeah, this is my safety tether, but it's going through your mini workstation area with, let's see,
Shall I rotate like this?
Just a moment, don't move.
I think it's just on the wrong side of this tether pack because the anchors are right by each other. Right?
Right. So it's running here, and then here, it's running here, and then now, okay, let me clear on this side. Running through here. Okay. Is this your local?
This is my local here.
Is this your waste tether here? Did you remove this waste tether from your mini workstation?
That's
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you removed, yeah. Okay. You can let it go, and then I'll. Okay. Okay, now one tether is clear.
On my left side, I have my waist tether and then my safety tether. Is those good?
Yeah, that's
that's a local, so I'll remove that.
that's okay. A local. And then here, okay, now it's we clear this safety tether around your BRT, the cable bag. Now it should be clear.
Another brief lapse in video from the International Space Station. Again, all of these are just a matter of seconds, really, so we'll be regaining that shortly and should hear voice from the International Space Station here soon. What you were witnessing was both Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann translating or moving back to the airlock. Along the way, they were making sure that they were in a good configuration with their tethers that actually keep them anchored to the International Space Station as a safety precaution. So they are just making sure that the tethers are where they're supposed to be and where they expect them to be, and that they're not tangled. So they're working together to just make sure those are in a good configuration as they continue to work their way back to the airlock. We're now 6 hours, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That hook,
we're good. We're clear. We're headed
You're
back.
clear? Okay, perfect. Amazing.
I
Great.
think we're clear. Right.
Carry on then.
All right.
Okay, wait, now as I say that, I still see it. Your safety feathers, your Koichi.
You're not clear? Yep.
Okay, so now do you have eyes on the anchors?
Okay.
Just so, I don't know if that's your anchor. Do you see it? Still tangled.
Which one?
Your anchor line. It's coming from your anchor. Caught on this little handle underneath the cart. Hold on. Okay.
All right. Should be clear now, isn't it?
But it's wrapped around this my tether pack still.
We'll leave the judgment up to you guys, but if it helps, you can put down a waist tether, lock the hook black on black, and undo the anchor hook in order to clear any snags that you're seeing.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So, you know, I have my waist tether down to the handrail.
And just make sure it's
It's
locked.
locked.
I see it.
I'm releasing my anchor.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, I'm releasing my anchor hook.
Okay.
Wait, do you want my anchor hook while we're here? You might as well take it.
Yeah, okay. Let me local then. So I'm local, okay. So, but this one I can take it, yeah. Just a moment. Okay, my left waist tether is attached to Duke's ankle hook. Gate closed on both sides. Hook locked, lock on block. So, I'm daisy chained to Duke.
Okay, you happy with that low tap, Zena?
Copy, we're tracking. Both hooks are locked black on black. That's a good load pass.
Okay, I'm releasing my, unlocking my local and,
Okay. All right. I see you're safely attached. And Zena, I just wanted to report somehow my CCA on the left side is not working, so I can hear from my right side only.
Copy, Koichi, and we'll have you guys stand by just 1 second. We want to make sure that we really understand this tether config that we're in before we send you anywhere.
Okay. Okay.
Quick, can you grab that? You get that bag?
Which bag?
Get it
your back. Okay. Bring it around a little bit. Hold down. Okay. Come closer to the...
Okay, guys, with both Koichi's waist tether locked and Duke's anchor hook locked to Koichi's waist tether, and Koichi's anchor hook still attached to structure locked block on block, we're good with this config. You can head inboard Duke, and we'll get you on the airlock D-ring extender.
So let me, okay, copy, and I'm going to bring this a little closer if I can. I don't want it to get...
There you go. All right.
And just to be super clear, Duke's going to head inboard. Koichi, you'll stay put until Duke is safe in the airlock.
Right.
And then after she reestablishes that load path, yep, exactly, you'll be cleaning up the slingshot.
Copy that. I will wait. So, he's in the airlock. Okay.
Okay, got it in then.
Okay, you might like to, did you type the BRT?
That's what I did. Okay, thank you.
That'd be great. All right. I'll be following you.
Coming.
Okay, Gene, I already put the guard brakes on the outboard side twice.
Copy, Koichi. And we'll just have you stay put.
Okay, I'm on the, city code.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi, we appreciate the get-ahead, but we will have you also touch those brakes one more time as you head inboard, just to make sure that that's the last thing on the CETA cart that you touch.
Understand.
And Koichi, just making sure we'll have you stay put right where you are and wait until Duke gets back in the airlock.
I'm just standing by here, just changing the local position.
Copy that, Koichi.
Koichi on top of the cedar spur.
Okay, copy that.
Koichi, I'm at the toolboxes.
Okay, copy. I see you actually.
Great work, Duke. Heads up, we're at about 6.5 hours PET.
Copy.
Hey, I'm back at the airlock. I'm opening the thermal cover.
Copy, thermal
Roger
cover
that.
open.
I'm about to open it.
So right now, Duke, or NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, has arrived at the airlock. She's going to open up the thermal cover and get it prepared so she can ingress. But Koichi Wakata is standing by with the strut bag in tow. That strut bag has that final strut, the mid-left strut, that they're going to be bringing back into the airlock with them. So he's just standing by for now as Mann gets the hatch configured.
Center, locked block on block.
Okay, waste center is attached to the airlock D-ring extender. Gates closed, lighters locked, black on black.
Copy, that's great news. Koichi, you can go ahead and head inboard. You'll pick up your anchor hook from handrail 3011, stow it on your mini workstation, and translate in. You will need to press the starboard cedar brakes and the port cedar brakes on your way in.
Copy that. It works.
Okay, I'm going to work on getting this bag in here.
Copy, Duke, like that plan.
Okay, I picked up my anchor hook to my mini workstation. I'm gonna push the brake pedal of the power. Okay. Brake pedal twice complete. And I'm gonna start translating to the airlock.
And heads up for both of you, especially Duke right now, we were tracking in the airlock, one of the large small rets that's strung out is locked so that it might be kind of a loose snag hazard as you head in.
Okay.
Wakata making his way back to the airlock. This whole time he's been in the suit with red stripes. He's got that strut bag in tow. Meanwhile, Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, wearing the suit with no stripes.
Koichi, sorry to bug you. Just to confirm, you did hit those cedar brakes I didn't have good eyes on.
Cedar brakes on the starboard side is done, and I'm going to hit the port side shortly.
Perfect. Thank you, Koichi.
Sure.
Duke, once you have that cable bag stowed on the airlock during extender RET, we'll have you turn off your HECA and ingress.
Okay, port side inboard brake pedals push twice.
Copy. Thanks so much, Koichi.
Thank you.
Now a good view of the airlock. That's NASA astronaut Nicole Mann making her way into the airlock after getting a go to do so. Very shortly, we'll be seeing Koichi Wakata, who'll be taking up the rear and entering the crew lock last. It'll be his job to make sure the strut bag, which is currently on his body restraint tether of the spacesuit, gets maneuvered into the crew lock with them. He'll be the one to close that thermal cover, the soft fabric flap that goes over the hatch to the crew lock.
While you're in there, we think we saw maybe your SCU a little bit trapped behind the hatch. Just make sure for us that you have access to it and that you'll be able to install it when the time comes.
Okay.
Duke, I'm at the toolbox area.
Copy, Koichi. We see you.
Okay.
Yeah, my umbilical's behind the hatch.
Copy, Duke. Are you able to extricate it, or shall we get you some steps for troubleshooting?
Let me get a look here.
And at your convenience for both of you, we'll take one final TCV setting just before we get you hooked up on umbilicals.
Okay, I have not changed it since my last call out.
Okay, how about change 6, 6 for EV1?
Koichi, was that 6 for you?
Yes, correct. The 6 for Koichi.
Okay, copy. We're tracking 6 for both of you.
Okay, Duke, I'm at the airlock. Just standing by here.
Okay, I'm fighting with this SC2 here.
Copy that.
All right, I think I got it.
Right.
Ground copies everything. Koichi, let's just have you hang out there to give Duke maximum space for trying to get that SCU out from behind the hatch.
Okay. Okay, copy that.
Okay, it's still tucked behind the hatch a little bit, but I have enough slack. It reaches me, so I don't think it'll be a problem. Is that okay, Zena?
Copy, Duke, and you don't see any way that it would be in the way of the hatch actually operating?
It's behind the hatch, so I think, yeah, it's like in the top, like the zenith corner of the hatch, so I think when the hatch comes down, that'll solve the problem.
Okay, copy.
I think if I pull it all the way out, it'll be more of a snag hazard, because all the velcros come off. Are you good with that plan?
Stand by, Duke. We're checking.
Copy.
Okay, Duke, if you are confident that you have enough slack to actually connect the SCU to your DCM and that it's not going to interfere with the hatch operation, we're good with that config. And Koichi, you can then continue to ingress the airlock and turn off your HECA as you ingress.
Okay, yeah, it looks clear like it's going to be no problem closing that hatch. And I definitely have flex.
Okay, that's perfect. Great news. With that, Koichi will have you ingress and turn off your HECA.
Okay.
And keep in mind, you'll also be wanting to close the hatch thermal cover, so if you want to attach any tethers to it, now's the time.
Okay.
Zena, can I start working on my SCU now, or do I need to wait?
You can. We'll also have you receive that strut bag in the best way possible from Koichi, and I think he should do that before he tries to ingress.
Okay.
And if you can let me know when I can put in the strut bag.
Okay, go ahead. I'm ready for it.
Okay, then I'm going to release it from my BRT.
it coming in.
It's coming at you.
All right, I have the strut bag.
Okay, still read it from me.
Okay, let me get that down. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay, I got it ready.
Okay. Can you release the red from there?
Yeah. Okay, your red's coming back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Got it. Okay, Tina, with that, do I have a go to ingress?
A-firm Koichi, you can ingress. Turn off your HECA as you ingress, and then you'll be closing the hatch thermal cover,
Okay.
releasing the hook from its stowage point,
Okay.
and attaching the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, and cinching the strap until you see 6 lines visible.
Okay, copy that. Before that, I would just like to thank big thanks to the AVA team, especially Chloe Maring, Keith Johnson, Tess Caswell, Anna Burns, Stephen Villano, and of course, great Grand Ivy Zena for putting together the excellent work procedures and executing it. We encountered challenges, but appreciate your flexibility to safely return us to the airlock. And I also like to thank our trainer, Mark Wilsey and David Simon for training us on the EMU systems and get us ready for EVA. And I know JAXA team is supporting the EVA in Houston and in Tsukuba, and I really like to thank to all of them. 今日の EVA 受信に向けてご支援いただいた皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。今日宇宙ステーションの一番端で仕事をしましたけれども、その先に明るく輝いている月がとても印象的でした。私たちを新たな宇宙探査に導いてくれるように見えました。Thanks again.
Koichi, thank you for those kind words. Congratulations on your EVA. Let's get you inside and safe on that SCU. Really proud of this team and all of the hard work. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Zena.
And Zena, can I start working my SCU?
A-firm Duke, you can connect your SCU to the DCM. Just make sure that it won't be a snag hazard for Koichi as he's ingressing.
Okay, I'll wait till he gets this in here. Koichi, you're looking good. That strut bag is above your head.
Okay.
And the cable bag is Venus. You should be clear, though.
Okay, let me get the thermal cover.
In case you missed it, Koichi Wakata gave some congratulatory and thankful words to the teams that made it possible for he and NASA astronaut Nicole Mann to conduct today's spacewalk. These are his final words before he enters the crew lock and they begin the repressurization sequence. Nicole Mann is already in the crew lock, just waiting for the next steps to hook up her umbilical to the International Space Station. Her suit still on the portable life support system, but that umbilical will provide water and oxygen and other power and other consumables to be transfer directly from station to the astronauts. So we'll just wait for Koichi Wakata to make his ingress successful, and then we'll begin the repressurization shortly after.
Coming in. Okay.
And get the hook back to the magnetic plate D-ring and the strap cinched, and just verify that the magnet is engaged.
You got
Peter, looking good.
okay.
Just a little bit further.
Okay.
There you go. Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Looks good. Yeah, I need to go down.
Peter, kind of on top of me. If you could go station aft a little bit with your body roll out of your way.
Okay.
Is it looking better now?
Yeah, this is good.
Good?
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Let me... This is my mini workstation and the vector here.
And then, Duke, just let us know when you have your SCU connected to the DCM. Once you do, just a note that a TCV setting between 8 and max cooling will minimize the time necessary to get cooling on your SCU.
Copy that. Copy that. Okay, hook is attached to the magnetic D-ring, magnetic plate D-ring, and magnet is attached, and I'm cinching down the strap, and I see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
We
And
copy
you connected to the SCU?
And copy Duke, you are connected to the SCU.
Okay. And do I have do you want to have a go to connect the SCU?
From Koichi, you can connect your SCU to the DCM.
Okay.
Just let us know when you've got that connected.
Copy. Okay.
And
Didn't work.
reminder for you as well, TCV between 8 and max cooling will minimize time necessary for cooling on SCU.
Copy that. EV line SCU is connected.
Great work, Koichi. We copy all. Happy to have you both back on SCU. With that, you can switch water to off. That's the forward position. Expect H2O is off message on your DCU.
Okay, copy that. E1 in work. E2 in work. Water is OFF EV1. Water is off, EV2.
Copy. Water is off for both of you. We've started a 2-minute timer. Once that timer is up, you'll be getting ready to close the hatch.
Copy.
So a quick recap, both astronauts are inside the crew lock right now. They're hooked up by umbilical to the International Space Station. They're setting a timer for the procedures to get ready, get the suits ready and themselves ready before closing the hatch and beginning the repressurization process. The clock is still going for today's spacewalk, and it'll officially stop once we start that repressurization.
My legs need to come down to close the hatch. Somehow I'm. Oh, no, it's good. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, this is great. If I need to hold them, let me know. Yeah, this is great. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got the 2-minute timer up. Verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware, and verify the handle position is per the hatch decal. Then you'll close and lock the hatch.
Okay, EPO copies in work. You want me to stabilize your feet? Okay, it's good. I just wanted to make sure nothing is caught. Can I go a little more stubborn? Yeah. Can you pull my legs? Somehow I'm hitting something that I cannot go any further. Do you see my feet? Okay, let me see your feet. You're kind of at an angle. If you straighten up a little bit, your feet. Okay, then. Now you can lift your feet up a little bit over the UIA lip, and you can come aft.
We're in another brief handover period. Again, this one is also relatively short, so we'll be getting that video back from the International Space Station very shortly. Already have some audio. The crew are inside the crew lock right now. They're going through their steps to get the hatch closed inside the crew lock. There's a couple more steps for the umbilicals just to provide oxygen and power through the International Space Station to them before they begin that repressurization.
Can you? I got a volt decay, 17.5 volts DC. There you go, Koichi. That's looking good. I need to go up a little bit. Feathers in the way? Now I gotta go my left.
You can acknowledge the message, Duke.
Okay, so that way set is clear now, Koichi. Somehow it cannot go higher. Okay, I think it's good now. Clear. Okay, it looks clear. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. Okay, see your couches are there. Okay. Okay, hatch is down. Starting with the locking positions. Hatch closing. Then latching direction. Xena hatch is closed in and locked.
Copy. That is great news. We are, with that, moving into our repress cue card.
Copy.
Okay, on your DCM, just check for me that your SCUs are connected to your DCM and check that the water switch is off.
Okay, I see it's connected. And the water switch is OLS. Okay, connected and water is off for EV2.
Copy both. Check that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
EV hatch is closed and locked.
On the UIA, check that the oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 valve is open.
Oxygen for EV1 and EMU1 and 2 are open.
Switch power for EV1 and 2 to on.
Power EV1 and 2 are on. 2 good green LEDs.
Copy. Good green LEDs. Check that the power voltage is between 18 and 19 for both.
Both are 18.6.
Copy. On your DCM, switch power to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Switch to SCU in work, EV1. Did we stagger this one, Xena?
Negative. You don't need to stagger this one.
Getting a view from inside the International Space Station. Just like in the beginning of the day, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, NASA astronauts inside the equipment lock. On the other side of that hatch is our two spacewalking astronauts. That hatch is down to vacuum right now.
And then once both of you have switched power to SCU, I'll be ready to hand it over to Frank. We can see him there in the equipment lock.
Okay, still EV in work.
No problem, guys.
EV2 is power to SCU.
Copy EV2.
KZ1, switch to SCU.
Great work, both of you. Copy. You are both now on SCU power. With that, I can hand it over to Frank. Thank you both for your incredibly hard work. Lots of strength and grace dealing with so much finicky hardware today. Thank you for this incredible EVA. Grateful for the opportunity to work with you both. Over to Frank.
Thank you, Zena. Yeah, thank you very much, Zena. I really enjoyed working with you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Zena.
All right, and Zena, great job as ground IV. Thanks so much for getting us to this point. Koichi and Nicole, it's great to have you guys back. All right, so for both of you, on your DCMs, take your O2 actuator to press.
EV1 in work.
EV2 in work.
EV1 press.
For Koichi, could we have you get a good wiggle test on that O2 actuator, just make sure it's all the way in press?
Copy that. Okay, wiggled, and DCM shows press.
Copy, Koichi. Thank you.
Thank you.
For those tuning in now, Frank Rubio on the inside of the station's equipment lock is walking the crew through the repressurization procedure. Right now they just have to make sure some of the knobs and dials that they're turning are all the way. The ground team is assessing to make sure that the crew is following the steps very intricately until they begin the repressurization. So they're just verifying that everything is okay.
Well, we cannot reach there. It's a mini workstation.
Can we put it up?
Can I release it? You can release it, right?
I can do the lever, Koichi.
Lever, okay. Then I'll push that. Lever. Yeah, I cannot reach there. Let's release this tab.
Let me give it one more try. And
Okay.
then,
All right. And then release the mini workstation.
yeah.
Yep.
If you're not pushing them both in and it's just the lateral movement is sticky.
Okay, yeah, copy. We know that's a hard one to actuate. As long as you've got that lever pushed up and the button pushed in to move it into press, we can let you keep working on it. We can also work an alternate plan for you.
Okay, I think we can practice with the NEVA. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. Basically, we'd just be having you do the repress a little more slowly to make sure that we don't actuate SOP.
Can we release the mini workstation and I push the button?
You want to remove it?
Yeah.
Okay. You get to the tab?
Almost there. Can you lower the tab? You cannot, right?
Say again?
Can you lower the tab on the right side?
I can't see it. Can you tell me?
You have to go up a little bit. That's it. That's it. Go down. You go to your right a little bit. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the tab.
Sounds like you guys are doing great work in there. If you want to, we can continue with the repress with your O2 actuator still in EVA. Big picture, we'd just be going a lot more slowly. Duke, you would maintain really good comms with Frank, and you would just need to keep your suit pressure, monitoring your suit pressure to make sure that delta P is above 4 for the duration of the repress, and that will keep us from activating your SOP.
Okay, we're we're going to do one try here to get off the mini workstation.
Okay, now it's good.
Okay.
All right, now I can remove it. Left, right side is out, and then left side. Let's take a look.
You know, when you get the switch.
Wait, mini workstation should be now.
No.
Tab is not down. The tab is up. Tab is.
I can't understand you switching.
Now it should be good. Now mini workstation is out.
Okay.
Now I can get there.
Okay, let me get this out of the way.
All right. Okay, here we go.
So a reminder that the process to get the 2 crew members back inside the International Space Station and repressurize that crew lock to get them both in is a very methodical process.
You could just flip up the lever.
So the ground teams are working in tandem with the crew that you see here from your view inside the International Space Station, all talking and monitoring along the way, making sure that they're following the steps to get them back in.
Oh, it's
Okay, lever.
lever is
Yeah, just
the one. Yeah.
lever up.
And lever up. Okay. Then I'll push the ED button.
Yeah, go.
You can push the button, the actuator, if you keep the lever up.
Okay, hold on, let me get it again then.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Lever's up.
Okay. Doesn't move.
Okay, lever's up.
Can move. Can move to the.
All right, awesome. ED2
Okay.
is in press.
Is it in the press now?
Yes, I'm in press.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you.
Nice job, you too. Okay, and just to verify, Koichi, I copied you are in press, and Nicole, I understand you are also in press now.
Thanks, I'm in press.
With that confirmation, they got the actuator, the oxygen actuator, where they need to go, so they're working through the next steps.
It's closed.
We're going to start the repress, and let me know what's a good rate. I'll start off nice and slow, so IV hatch equalization valve, I will throttle from off the norm.
Copy.
Reminder for disregard.
And you can both expect an alert tone, and time is 20:35.
Copy.
What's that rate for both of you?
Good for me.
It's, you could go faster for me.
Koichi, you okay with that?
Yeah, you can go faster. Good, how's the rate? Good for me.
Yeah, so it's fine. You can probably take it to norm, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And once we reach 4 psi, you can expect an alert tone.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
All right, so what you're hearing now is the repressurization underway. And with the repressurization start, that is the official end time for today's spacewalk. That total spacewalking time is 7 hours and 21 minutes, with the repressurization beginning at 2:35 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, we are at 5 psi. We're going to wait for 2 minutes for the pressure to stabilize.
Copy.
The repressurization process is in reverse from what we saw at the start of today's spacewalk, going down from 14.7 psi down to 5, holding for a little bit to make sure there were no leaks before proceeding down to vacuum. It's now in reverse, from vacuum up to 5 psi, same process, holding for just a couple of minutes to make sure there are no leaks before they continue to proceed up to pressure, matching and equalizing that of the inside of the space station where Frank Rubio is with his crewmates. And that will be up to 14.7 psi. So right now we're in a couple of minute hold period.
All right, guys, our 2 minutes of stabilization is up. Now we'll do a 1 minute pressure check.
Copy.
Okay, guys, our pressure is stable. So next, you will both take your glove heaters off.
AED1 glove heaters off.
Sorry, say again?
Check that your glove heaters are off. OFF.
Copy. EV2 is off.
Okay, and I heard EV2 and EV1 glove heaters are off. For both of you, check that your check gloves for contamination.
EV1, no contamination.
EV2, no contamination.
Okay, copy for both. For both of you, take your O2 actuator to IV.
Teamwork.
EV2 is IV.
Copy, EV2.
EV1, O2 actuator in IV.
Okay, copy for EV1 and EV2. Okay, we are now going to go back to finish the repress. So I'll start off slow and then increase the rate. Let me know if you don't feel comfortable. You can expect an alert tone both when I start and also when DPDT is about 0.
Okay, copy that.
And Station Houston 2, correction 1, for Koichi, could you verify your O2 actuator is in IV?
It is in IV and DCM display shows IV. I'm going to jiggle it.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. Good config.
Okay.
And with that confirmation, the repressurization inside the crew lock has resumed. So we are increasing from 5 psi up to equalize with the inside of the space station, which is sitting at about 14.7, the same as we have here on Earth. As we make our way up to match that for the International Space Station, we do have some statistics now that the spacewalk for today has concluded. That spacewalk again was 7 hours 21 minutes. It was the 258th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. For the 2 spacewalking astronauts, it was a first. It was the first space station spacewalk in 2023, but the 5th overall during this expedition, Expedition 68. For Wakata, this was his first spacewalk, so he gets the total runtime for today's spacewalk, which is again 7 hours 21 minutes. It's the same for Mann, 7 hours 21 minutes for her career as well. And that is the total runtime for today's spacewalk, which ended at 2:35 p.m. Central Time. If you take all of the 258 spacewalks that have been conducted in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, you get a total of 68 days, 5 hours, and 47 minutes. Now back to the action. Again, Rubio on the right and NASA astronaut Josh Cassada on the left. will be working to oversee the repressurization and ingress of the astronauts from the crew lock into the equipment lock where the two are situated. Once they get inside, the two spacewalking astronauts will flank Cassida and Rubio to the left and to the right. They'll get situated in those racks, the silver racks you see right now, one very clearly behind Josh Cassida. But first we got to make our way up to equalize with the pressure of the International Space Station, and the rate is a little faster than we saw for the depressurization sequence. So right now we're a little more than 12 psi. Again, we're going to about 14.7. Repressurization is complete. So Frank Rubio, you see turning that handle to open up the hatch.
Houston Station on 1 for step 4.
Go ahead on 1.
Hey, Koichi, will you guys take care? I'm sorry, Aki, will you guys take care of step 4 and 1.240?
And Frank, we are taking care of it.
First in the hatch is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, who took on the EV2 position for today. She was the first in the hatch at the conclusion of today's spacewalk. Cassida and Rubio as the suit IVs. They're the ones responsible for getting both of the astronauts situated so they can start doffing or taking off their suits. One of the first steps for them is at the base of the suit's backpack is a unit called the Safer. That's sort of their emergency jetpack that they would use in the very unlikely scenario that they would become untethered.
Airlock Houston on 1. EV crew is no longer hot mic.
Copy, I can thank you.
So you can see the safer unit has been removed from the base of the backpack of Nicole Mann's spacesuit. Josh Cassida now working to collapse the handles that went up the sides of that backpack. That's the stowage configuration for those safer units. He'll put that in a separate location as Frank Rubio gets Nicole Mann situated on the side there so they can start working with her suit, removing the helmets and gloves and getting her comfortable and readjusted back into the station's internal environment. Meanwhile, Koichi Wakata, you can see, is still in the crew lock. He is patiently waiting his turn until he'll go on the right side from this view across from where Nicole Mann is situated now. You can also see that long bag that they towed all the way out to and from the worksite. Inside that bag is that mid-strut that will be taken out on a future spacewalk to finish the installation of the modification kit that's on the 1A power channel. Even with the conclusion of the spacewalk today, we'll continue our coverage until they start doffing the suits and removing the helmets. Same process for Koichi Wakata to get him situated, so Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada can continue removing the components of the suit and get them out so they can get ready for a good night's rest, really, after a long day of spacewalking. The spacewalking time of 7 hours and 21 minutes is just really the official time of the spacewalk itself and used for engineers for a variety of purposes, mainly in understanding the consumable constraints and really understanding the timeline as well. But for the crew, it's a much, much longer day. They've been in the suit for quite some time, doing pre-breathing and in-suit light exercises to get ready for the spacewalk. Inside those spacesuits is a 100% oxygen environment. So part of the pre-breathing exercise and really getting ready to go out the hatch is purging their body of nitrogen, which takes time. So they've been in the suit for quite some time. Once again, losing video from the International Space Station. We're lucky that most of these drops have been very, very short in duration, so we are anticipating that we'll regain that video from the station once again. And when we do, as a reminder, we'll continue our coverage until they start doffing the suits, showing the crew and them excited after their journey outside to install the modification kit on the 1A power channel, and then we'll wrap up our coverage shortly after that, but we'll continue for just a little bit. As a reminder, the spacewalk ended after 7 hours 21 minutes at 2:35 p.m. Central Time. The team here in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, you see likely more flight controllers than you've seen before. Right now, they're actually undergoing a handover period. So as the crew members are getting inside, there will be a new shift of flight controllers that will get them ready for bed and do some of the cleanup activities that are necessary before they enter into their pre-sleep and sleep periods for the night. Lots of activity in the equipment lock right now. Just as a reminder, Frank Rubio on the far right as the suit IV, helping Koichi Wakata. On the left is Josh Cassada helping with Nicole Mann and her suit. In the far back, we have Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Prokopiev taking some photos. And it seems like we have another Roscosmos cosmonaut in the background there, also taking some photos. We're following along with the suit doffing process for Nicole Mann on the left, Koichi Wakata on the right. On the right, helping Wakata is Frank Rubio. On the left, helping Mann is Josh Cassada. They're working to get those gloves off. It's a lot of strain during a long spacewalk on the fingers. So it will be quite a relief for the crew members to have those gloves off. It is common that after the gloves have been removed to take some photos of the gloves. If you notice throughout the duration of the spacewalk, there were these periodic checks for the gloves and what's called the HAPS, the helmet absorption pad. We'll see those once the helmets are removed. But the gloves, because they are used so intensively throughout a spacewalk, they're used for all of the translation or the movement across the outside of the space station. They're used for all of the work, using the pistol grip tool, grabbing onto various structures, and sometimes they have some nicks and scrapes, and so they document after the spacewalk the condition of the glove. So we might see some photos of the gloves, but it looks like for now they're stowing them in the various locations. I think the priority here is really get the crew nice and comfortable now that they've conducted the spacewalk, allow their fingers to be free. So with the gloves removed, the next will be the helmets, and of course after the helmets are removed, they'll do a HAP check and all of that, but after the helmets are removed is when we'll end our coverage for today. Both helmets off for each of the respective spacewalking astronauts today, who have added 7 hours and 21 minutes to their total career spacewalking time, a first for both of them. Installing the mounting platform on the 1A power channel and finishing up some work on the 1B. They will address the one strut at a later spacewalk, and teams will decide the appropriate course of action for finishing the work there before the IROSAs, the rollout solar arrays, arrive in the summertime. But for now, it's the end of a successful day for the spacewalking astronauts, and that'll do it for us for our coverage of today's activities. Smiles all around the cabin, everyone excited for the two astronauts who have added spacewalking to their career today. And with that, we'll wrap up our coverage here. This is Mission Control Houston.